All right, we're going to go ahead and get started this evening. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, if we could have roll, please.
Councilmember Brightingham.
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Tran.
Here.
Councilmember Muñetón.
Here.
Councilmember Aristegui.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dovin.
Present.
And Mayor Klopfenstein.
Here. We will start with our invocation and pledge. Our invocation will be led by Matt West, our Assistant City Manager. And if I could have George Brightingham lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Please prepare yourself according to your faith. Dear Lord, as we convene for this evening's meeting, may we be ever mindful of the trust placed in us by those we serve. Grant us the wisdom to deliberate with clarity, the patience to listen with respect, and the humility to seek the greater good above personal interest. And Lord, let this gathering be guided by purpose, civility, and a shared dedication to the common good. We ask this in your name, amen.
Your hats. Face the flag. And of our heart, begin.
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we proceed into the Housing Authority agenda, I'd like to take a minute, if I can. Normally, we read things of this nature at the end of the council meeting as I plan to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Pastor Eric Williams. But normally when we get to that time of the meeting, there's nobody here. And so I thought Eric deserves the honor of having a full house. And so I'd like to read my remarks as we adjourn the meeting in his honor this evening. Pastor Eric Williams was a godly man with a heart for Jesus, for people, and for the community. Eric spent his life serving others, and he was a true family man in every sense of the word. Words cannot express our deepest sympathies for his wife, 4 beautiful children, and for all of his family. The heartbreaking news of his passing on October 20th after a tragic cycling accident on PCH sent a shockwave through our local community, his congregation, and all of us who knew and loved him. He was a devoted pastor and founder of West Garden Grove Community Church. He was the cornerstone of the Eastgate Park Teen Center. And for myself and so many others who had the good fortune of building a friendship while serving and working alongside him on the Garden Grove Community Foundation and or on a city commission. He was kind, measured, thoughtful, steadfast, and pure at heart. He worked tirelessly for his church, community, friends, and family. He will be missed beyond measure, and truly no amount of words on paper are truly adequate and truly capture the man that he was. Last Friday, almost 400 people gathered at Eastgate Park for a candlelight vigil in his honor. It was a beautiful expression of just how many lives he touched and how much hope he shared. His legacy in our community is secure. One of his favorite verses, and I know that this was said to him in heaven, "Well done, good and faithful servant," Matthew 25:23. Thank you. With that, I will turn the meeting over to Councilmember Brightingham for Housing Authority.
Okay, we'll call to this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you call roll, please?
Commissioner Aristegui.
Here.
Commissioner Beckles.
Here.
Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Here.
Commissioner Muñetón.
Here.
Commissioner Philip Nguyen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Tan Nguyen.
Here.
Commissioner Tran.
Here.
Vice Chair Dovin.
Present.
And Chair Brightingham.
Here. All right. We will move to oral communications. Is there anybody here who would like to, I'm sorry? Oh. Is there anybody here who would like to address the Housing Authority? Not the City Council, but the Housing Authority. Okay, seeing none, we will close oral communications and move on to consent, entertaining a motion.
Move. I second it.
Motion second, call for the vote.
Commissioner Aristegui.
Yes.
Commissioner Beckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Muñetón.
Yes.
Commissioner Philip Nguyen.
Yes.
Commissioner Tan Nguyen.
Yes.
Commissioner Tran.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dovin.
Aye.
And Chair Brightingham.
Yes.
Motion received, 9 yes votes.
Okay. On to matters. Any commissioners have anything they'd like to address? Okay. Seeing none, we will address to the next meeting. And back to the council.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll move into presentations. Presentation number 1.
This evening, we have a community spotlight in recognition of the Brown Descents Car Club Association for creating lasting community impact in Garden Grove and beyond. And Assistant City Manager Matt West will read that community spotlight.
At this time, I'd like to invite the Brown Descents Car Club Association to come up forward to the podium. The Brown Descents Car Club Association was founded in the 1970s out of a deep love for classic cars and community. What began as a passion for preserving automotive history has grown into a nonprofit organization rooted in family, culture, and service. Established in Stanton, the club's outreach extends across Southern California, with much of its charitable efforts taking place right here in Garden Grove. Over the years, the Brown Descents have hosted annual toy drives, awarded more than 100 scholarships to local high school students, and partnered with civic and community organizations to support family needs. The members also dedicate their time to mentoring youth in life skills and financial literacy, empowering the next generation to lead with confidence and pride. Through its commitment to service, culture, and community pride, the Brown Descents Car Club Association continues to make a lasting difference in the lives of families and students across Southern California. At this time, the Mayor and City Council would like to present the Brown Descents Car Club Association with a certificate of recognition for their outstanding contributions to Garden Grove and beyond. The City of Garden Grove thanks them for their dedication to preserving culture, uplifting youth, and strengthening our community.
Steph, do you want to get in the middle? Gilbert, can you scoot in?
That's not the middle.
There we go. There we go. Walk down a little more. No, just look. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Hey, Jimmy, you send me one? Yeah. Thanks.
Just want to say it's truly an honor, on behalf of the Brown Descents, truly an honor that we are recognized here today. So we want to thank you, all the councilmen and councilwomen, the City of Garden Grove. Most of us are Garden Grove School District alumni, so that's a plus there, right? Still live in the area, but we love the recognition. That's not why we do it. We do it for the community and the people of the community, and those that are misrepresented in the community as well. So we want them to know that no matter what, they do have someone that's out there to help them out, and hopefully we can show them a vision of what they can become, because a lot of us were supposed to be a statistic, and we've overcome those obstacles with business owners, managers of their companies. We've all done very well for ourselves. So we want the youth to know that it is possible no matter where you come from. So thank you guys for this recognition.
I just want to say a couple words. Thank you for being here. I was very impressed from the first time I came to the event. And not just doing what you do, you said your story about what you did and what you did in school. And so that make a lot of people related. I'm not sure you remember your story, but anyway, they give the scholarship, not just 1, 2, many scholarship. And the student came from, different background. And when they said the story, the school that they're going to, I couldn't wait to see, like you said, make their dream come true. So thank you so much for having us, and thank you for what you do. We couldn't wait to give you that recognition, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, you guys.
I just want to also, I've been going to the events, I think, for quite a while now, and you guys just do a great job. You got some wonderful cars, first of all. The cars are beyond belief. And so if you ever get a chance, go and take a look at these beautiful vehicles. But, in addition to that, they're doing a toy drive every year for the community where they're providing toys to many, many Garden Grove families. They do scholarships for the Garden Grove Unified School District, bringing many, not just one or two, a lot. And they had, I think, was it your teacher that was there?
Yes.
And
My third grade teacher,
third grade, oh yeah, and
Mrs. Sutherland from Wacom Elementary.
so that was just at the last one, and she was just in tears just to see the success that this group has had in our community and the impact they've made in our community. So anyway, this is well received, and thank you all for everything you do.
Mrs. Sutherland is here.
Oh, is Miss? Oh, there she
We're
is.
honoring
That's
her
right.
next,
There
yeah.
she is. All right. Well, Mrs. Sutherland's got all the dirt on you now. So, yeah.
My story was she's the only one throughout my educational career to give me Student of the Month. So
Thank you guys so much. Okay, we're going to move into item 2. We were going to be recognizing the 50th anniversary of AYSO. They weren't able to make it tonight, so we're going to pull that item and we'll bring it back at another time when we can honor them and recognize them in person. So that takes us to presentation number 3.
Item number 3 is a community spotlight in recognition of a Garden Grove centenarian for their lifetime achievements, and Assistant City Manager Matt West will read that community spotlight.
Thank you. Lastly, the Garden Grove City Council would like to recognize Arla Donahue as one of Garden Grove's remarkable centenarians, celebrating her lifetime of achievements and decades of service to the community. We'd like to invite you up to the podium at this time. For nearly 30 years, Arla has been a valued member of the H. Lewis Lake Senior Center, where she began volunteering in 1996. Known for her bright spirit, she supported every corner of the Senior Center, from the front office and lunch desk to serving refreshments at community events and spreading holiday cheer as Mrs. Santa Claus. Her passion for service extended beyond the Senior Center, volunteering for more than 2 decades with the Garden Grove Police Department's Volunteers in Policing program. In 2011, Arla was crowned the city's Strawberry Ball Queen in recognition of her outstanding volunteerism and community pride. Today, at 100 years old, she continues to bring joy and connection to others, attending the Senior Center each week and joining her friends for Thursday Bingo. At this time, the Mayor and City Council would like to present Arla Donahue with a certificate and memento of recognition in celebration of her 100th birthday and a lifetime of service to the Garden Grove community. The City of Garden Grove thanks Ms. Donahue for her decades of dedication, volunteerism, and the lasting impact she has made on the community. Congratulations.
Oh, hey. Beautiful. Oh, my. All right. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Arla, here, I'll walk you back there. I'll take that off for you.
Okay.
I'll hold on, I'll give it to you. Come on, let me wait.
Where are we
We're
going?
gonna go right there. She's used to bossing me around.
Gotta deal with the paparazzi now.
Right here first, Arla. Right here. You got it? Let me get it? Yes, please. Arla, right here. And last one right here. One more, paparazzi. 1, 2, 3. Last set. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Sure, go ahead.
You too. Arla, I just want to wish you very well received congratulations, and we hope you're with us for many, many more years. I just want to remind the public, 7 years ago, the council passed this new program, senior recognition. And once you hit 85, 90, 95, 100, and every 5 years, you can type any one of us up here, if your district, and ask for a certificate for your grandmother, your grandfather, or something. And if that council member is available and they have free that time, if you're having a party or something, they might be able to come and actually present it, in person. But you can request those certificates, and and we're happy to give them. And when you have these milestones, 100, we want to make a big deal of it. We want to tell the world and get them up here and share their success. So remember that senior recognition program. This dais did that about 6 years ago, and it's still available to any resident of Garden Grove. So
Thank you. Thank you again, Arla. Thank you.
She volunteered this morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brought in her cookies.
Marla has a lead foot, that's how I met her, I pulled her over for speeding.
Go ahead, Councilman.
As the city council, I would like to thank you for all your contributions, and happy birthday.
Bye, Arla. Thank you so much. I hope I'm that healthy at 100. Okay, at this time, we're going to, again, go out of order just a bit. I'm going to take some written communications, some business that we need to move forward with. Looking through my pink cards, I didn't see cards specific to items 4 and 5 under written communication. Is there anyone in the audience that wanted to speak on those items under written communication? On 5? I need to take 4 first, or can I have them come up now? Would that work? That's fine? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, please.
Hi, how are you? Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tessa Fazik, and this is my son, James. And good job, buddy. We're here on behalf of West Garden Grove Youth Baseball tonight, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about our upcoming opening day parade that is scheduled for February 7th, 2026. And we're here to ask for the city's support in helping make this event possible. Our opening day parade is a tradition that brings families, local businesses, and players of all ages together. Last year, along with West Garden Grove Girls Softball League, we had over 600 kids participate, along with hundreds of parents and community members lining the streets to cheer them on. It's a moment that builds pride, unity, and a sense of belonging across our city. This year, we're requesting the city's support to help cover the costs associated with the parade, specifically the police presence, showmobile, and staffing. And these contributions would go directly toward making sure we can host a safe, organized, and memorable event for all of our kids and our community. So we thank you for considering our request and for your continued support of West Garden Grove Youth Baseball, and we'd be honored to have you join us as our special guests in our parade. If you'd be interested in being a dignitary, you can contact me, of course, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on items 4 or 5 under written communications? Okay, with that, then we will move to item number 4 under written.
Item number 4 is consideration of a written request from the Honoring Our Fallen organization to waive the city's showmobile stage rental fee for the 2025 Jingle Jam event on Friday, December 12, 2025. And Community Services Deputy Director Janet Pelayo is here to provide the report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Staff received a written request on behalf of Honoring Our Fallen for the City Council to consider waiving the rental fee for use of the city's showmobile stage for the annual Jingle Jam event scheduled on Friday, December 12th at Eastgate Park. Honoring Our Fallen is a 501c3 organization that is in good standing and will be the sponsoring nonprofit organization for this year's event. The community event is a free and festive night of holiday activities that include photos with Santa, train rides, stage performances from local groups and students, a vendor village, and craft activities. Approval of this request will forego the revenue that would otherwise be collected for the rental of the city's showmobile stage in the amount of $350. It is recommended that the City Council consider the written request from Honoring Our Fallen to waive the rental fee of $350 for use of the city's showmobile stage for this year's Jingle Jam event on Friday, December 12th. That concludes my staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Colleagues, any questions or motion?
Yeah, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, Honoring Our Fallen is probably one of the most premier nonprofits we have in our city. The amazing work that they do in dealing with our veterans who have passed on in the line of duty, consoling the families, giving them, showing them a pathway through the haze, so to speak. It's just amazing what this group does. And in conjunction with the Tackneys, one of our premier real estate agents, Team Tackney, they put this on, and it's quickly becoming a legacy event. I want to think it's been 10, 12 years that it's been going on now. And so I'd be honored to make this motion and for approval.
I second.
Happy to, look at us. You have a whole host of seconds. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, that takes us on to item 5.
Item 5 is consideration of a written request from West Garden Grove Youth Baseball for the co-sponsorship of the 2026 Opening Day Parade on Saturday, February 7th, 2026. And Community Services Deputy Director Janet Pelayo will provide that report.
Good evening again. The West Garden Grove Youth Baseball Organization holds the annual Opening Day Parade that includes baseball players and softball players in Garden Grove. Members of the Garden Grove Unified School District Board and school officials, the Orange County Fire Authority, and the Garden Grove City Council. The group is a 501c3 organization that is in good standing, with more than 50% of the participants being Garden Grove residents. The organization is requesting co-sponsorship of the Opening Day Parade that is scheduled to take place on Saturday, February 7, 2026. Additionally, the organization is requesting approval of all street closures required for the parade route between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. The parade route has been reviewed by the Garden Grove Police Department Traffic Division, who will provide staff support for the closure of city streets during the event. The parade will begin at 8 a.m. in front of Edgar Park and will travel eastbound on Lamson Avenue before ending at Bell Intermediate School. The organization will be responsible for notifying residents and businesses impacted by street closures along the parade route. Co-sponsorship for this event will require an in-kind contribution from the city in the form of staff time and equipment used for the event. It is estimated that the cost to provide police services, Public Works Streets Division services, and equipment used is approximately $15,900. Additionally, use of the showmobile stage, including rental fees, staff time, and cleaning fee, is $750. The total in-kind contribution is estimated to be $16,650. If approved, these expenses will be absorbed within the existing operating budget of police, public works, and community services departments. It is recommended that the City Council consider this co-sponsorship request on behalf of the West Garden Grove Youth Baseball Organization for the Opening Day Parade on Saturday, February 7th, 2026. This concludes my staff report, and if we do still have representatives here, if you guys have any questions for them or myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions, comments, motion?
Same thing here, except West Garden Grove Youth Baseball is a legacy event. We have it enshrined in our, it's been going on, this event has been going on since the 60s. So it's been quite a while that this annual event happens, this parade. It's great. You know, my wife participated in this parade. My kids have participated in this parade. I think we were all in the parade last year, and we'll probably be in it again this year. And I just think it's a great community event, you know, to get everybody out there, and I'll make the motion.
I'll gladly second, and hopefully we'll see R2D2 again.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. He showed up.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right. That will take us into oral communications. I have quite a few cards here, so I'm going to start queuing everybody up by threes like we've done at previous meetings. So we will start with Shirley Sutherland, followed by George Ramirez, followed by Mai Doe. Yeah, anybody that, yeah, if your written communication has already happened, you're more than welcome to leave if you'd like.
I should be here?
Yes.
All right. I had a little trouble finding here, so bear with me. Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, my name is Shirley Sutherland. And first, I want to thank you for giving of your time to listen to my thoughts, concerns, and pleas for justice. As a public schools teacher for over 30 years in a modest area in Garden Grove, I learned to respect the various talents, dedication, and basic kindness of immigrants. I remember after a PTA event, one of my students' fathers said to me he needed to get back to work. He was going to his third job. I asked him, well, when do you sleep? Recently, I was at an event and saw past Wacom School students who were involved in activities to raise funds for the scholarships, which you heard about, right? The students are in education, medical, business, and other careers, making our community better and our nation better. I am so saddened when I see the frightening, masked, armed militia roughly throw people to the ground. The victims' rights are taken away, and young children have been exposed to unbelievable cruelty. Lives are affected forever by that nightmare. My family and I have desperately wanted to do something to help change the situation. So we turn to you with your power and influence. Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager, please help to restore the basic rights to the people. Please pass the resolution number 19 that is on tonight's agenda. Thank you kindly.
George Ramirez?
Hi, good evening. I've never been here before, so hopefully we do this right. My name is George Ramirez. The clock's not starting. Oh, sorry. There we go. Dang it. I'm here to help with my community with, first of all, George Ramirez. Lived here for over 30 years as a homeowner on Taft Street. And I'm here to try to get help for the safety of our street. We have a very high percentage of accidents, speeding, and crazy drivers that come through our street between Trask and Westminster, mainly between Trask and Woodbury on Taft Street. And it's been very dangerous and even getting worse and very much way more dangerous. So I'm asking for some help. How can we get this city to either put up more signs, get more police patrol, speed bumps? I know somebody said that's illegal for some reason, and try to help stop the crazy people who are going through there because they're unhappy because Euclid is closed or Brookhurst is closed, and the other street that has to go through all the traffic has to go down Taft Street between Trask and Westminster, and it gets really crazy. And so I'm looking for help and try to help figure out how we can slow the incidents down there. We've had, just this last month, there were 3 accidents on our block. I mean, one of them was really bad where it was almost a head-on collision, and the other one ran the red light and hit the stop sign on Taft and Woodbury, hit a person that was going across legally. A while ago, a kid was hit and knocked over by a car. He was going home from school. So there's the Alexius, the elementary, and then there's Mitchell, and a lot of those kids' families go through there. So I'm just trying to get some help and figure out how we can get that street way more safer. And don't know who I talked to. I've talked to the engineer.
We'll pass your number along, definitely.
Okay, because I talked to the engineer and he told me a bunch of reasons why he couldn't do anything. And I'd like to hear more reasons why we can do something and how we can do something positively. And I know that traffic has to go through there, that's fine, but they need to go there in a much more sane fashion. I think that's all I need to know for now, I guess. I probably forgot a bunch of stuff. I'll share with you some other time.
Thank you, sir. Maido?
I have some materials for the council that I'd like to share. I've also emailed a copy to clerk. So you don't have to worry about photocopying anything. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Mai Nguyen-Do. I'm the Research and Policy Manager at the Harbor Institute for Immigrants and Economic Justice, based here in Orange County. I'm a political scientist who specializes in studying immigration enforcement, especially as it impacts our Southeast Asian refugee communities here. The Harbor Institute is here today in support of agenda item number 19, alongside labor unions, faith organizations, and community groups. Given that the council has spent quite some time discussing whether to move forward with some action to speak up for the rights of all residents in Garden Grove, we at the Harbor Institute have had an ample opportunity to review your various concerns regarding such a potential action. So we prepared a packet of information for the council, which I've emailed to the city clerk again, and I have physical copies right here for you, Mayor and council members. In this packet, you'll find, amongst other documents, a non-comprehensive and very conservative list of immigration enforcement actions and detainment in Garden Grove that community groups have documented. There's also a heat map showing the distribution geographically and density of those reports, most of which are confirmed and do involve individuals being detained and taken by immigration and customs enforcement or border patrol, often at places that people are looking for work, like Home Depot, or at car washes where they're working. Additionally, we've also included legal memos by the ACLU and National Immigration Law Project with some legal analysis about the extent to which local governments do not have to participate in family separation, of course, understanding that you ultimately consult with the city attorney. There's also a fun footnote on the cover sheet for those of you interested with citations of many academic research papers explaining how excessive immigration enforcement presence is really damaging to residents' trust in government, healthcare, faith, education, and community institutions. So in short, local resources should be used for local priorities. That's the best and most efficient, effective way to use them. I hope the information in this packet's really useful. Creating a webpage, helping to educate residents about their rights, connecting them with relevant resources. These are all simple yet really concrete steps the council can take to make it really clear that it cares about protecting public safety and strengthening economic opportunity for all Garden Grove residents. So we urge you to please vote yes to move forward with agenda item number 19. Thank you.
All right, my next three speakers, Khalid Hudson, Aliyah Yusufi, and Vicky Lee. I apologize if I mispronounced that.
All right, good evening. My name is Khalid Hudson. I'm the advocacy manager for CARE LA, one of the larger immigrant serving organizations in Orange County and in the surrounding areas. And I'm here in support of the immigrant community and also item number 19. Our immigrant neighbors are living under fear, as we all should know, as the last 8 months has been really challenging. I mean, fear to take their children to and from school, and fear to go to work, and fear just to live their lives in the community, but also fear to attend their appointments at the courthouse, their immigration appointments, following the laws of the land, right? And so this community, particularly here in a place like Garden Grove and the surrounding areas in Orange County, is like our immigrant neighbors have invested in this community. They've invested through their work, their dreams, their aspirations, raising their children, and also contributing financially to the benefit of the community as a whole. And I believe that item number 19, there's one way for you to show your investment in them, that you value them as neighbors and as friends and as colleagues and as people that you pray and do recreation stuff with, right? And so it's very important for this local community here, this city council, to vote in support of a community that has meant so much to this area and this community in this city here. I was just thinking about the group that was recognized a little bit earlier. Is like you could see the investment and how beneficial they have been here in this community. And so we ask you to support item number 19. We do have a large Muslim community here who is largely immigrant also, and they have been valuable members here, and they've also been affected, impacted by the fear that is gripping the nation. So thank you, and we ask for you to support item number 19.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aliyah Yusufi. I'm the Senior Policy and Advocacy Manager at CARE LA, the Council on American Islamic Relations Greater LA chapter that serves Garden Grove as part of its region. I attended school in Garden Grove from preschool to 8th grade, so I have a lot of great memories growing up here. And I continue to be a frequent attendee of the Islamic Society of Orange County, which is the largest mosque in all of California. And I am strongly urging a yes vote or a vote to move this item number 19 forward for your consideration because as of most recent statistics, Garden Grove is 49% foreign born. And I venture to say that that statistic reflects the composition of the dais as well. And this isn't just an issue that resonates with a minority of your residents. It is a majority issue and is something that is impacting every single person that lives here in some way or another. And when we talk about due process for all, which is one of the titles that we're referring to this resolution as, it really is a due process for all issue, because when you take due process away and allow these masked agents to just take someone based on the language that they're speaking or the way that they look or way they work, that opens the gates up to them accusing anyone of being here illegally. They can threaten anyone. They can threaten me, a person who was born here, because of the color of my skin. And it doesn't matter if I say I was born here. They can ask those questions later or decide to take the proof later. And I can be detained for months on end. And we've seen that. We've seen dozens of citizens detained. This isn't about undocumented versus documented, because everybody deserves the rights and the due process that this country has prescribed as part of our values, and we're not upholding those values right now. And as we continue down this dark path of what we're seeing, we're very quickly hurtling towards an era where law is going to be make-believe, and nothing is actually going to keep tyranny from taking hold. And there's a very well-known quote that in order for tyranny to take over. All we have to do is for good people to do nothing, and this is your opportunity to do something. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Vicky Lee, and I live in District 3, and today I am with VitRise, an organization I know you are all very aware of, City Council member, and today we are here in support of Agenda 19. Since the beginning of October, I, along with other youth volunteers, have been canvassing all across Garden Grove, asking your constituents how they feel about your inability to stand with our migrant and refugee community. I have found that regardless of which of these districts I was canvassing in, the story that was being shared were all the same. They told me stories of how they would see your face plastered in front of Lee's sandwiches, in front of local grocery store, how you were tokenizing your Vietnamese identity during campaign season, and how once elected into office, you were turning your backs on the same people who will have voted you in. Now, even though we were primarily talking to youth, we listened to the voices of parents, elders, community members, and they all shared their pain with us as well. During one of these canvassing conversations, I had a mother animatedly wanting to prove to me that she was a legal resident. She had begged me to safeguard her community against deportation and to provide more resources for her family, especially as social services such as Medi-Cal and food stamp are being poured right under them. As a daughter of Vietnamese refugees myself, and I have seen firsthand how state violence and displacement has impacted my family. As a resident of Garden Grove, I have seen how that same state violence and displacement is being perpetuated by ICE agents. And once again, on the community and the people who I hold very dearly to my heart. So the question that remains is, what is next? And that's a very valid question, because during this incredibly turbulent time where all communities are being kidnapped and off the street and being attacked, know that the youth are closely watching you, council member. And as I stand here before you, not just in this moment of political agitation, but rather in this movement, even if I'm not here at the next city council meeting, I know that another youth shall be standing here in my place. Because as youth, we are turning our sadness, our rage, our grief, and our agitation into action. And not just any action, but organized action. We shall remember how the council will vote on Agenda 19 tonight. And tomorrow, we shall continue canvassing all local communities, informing your residents both about your actions and inaction. Therefore, I urge you, City Council members, to resolutely denounce these dehumanizing attacks on our communities and to vote yes on Agenda 19, because the city of Garden Grove deserves a City Council that can actually serve the people. And with that, thank you.
All right, my next three speakers are Chan Tran, Tim Phan, and Dina Nguyen. Chan Tran. Yep. And then that'll be followed by Tim Phan and then Dina Nguyen. Oh, you know what, go ahead, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Tim Phan, and I am the Civic Engagement Manager for VitRise. I am here today to ask the City Council to once again pass Agenda Item 19 because we've seen what Garden Grove residents are asking for. They're asking for leadership on this issue. Now, as you just heard, VitRise has been canvassing our neighborhoods in Garden Grove for the past several months. Our volunteers and our members have been meeting your residents in their very homes, asking and sharing conversations about the impacts of these ICE raids and increased enforcement across Orange County. I want to share you some statistics from our work. In the springtime, we knocked on over almost 5,000 doors across Little Saigon, prioritizing Vietnamese households and residents of all ages, young and old, as we asked for their attitudes on housing and immigration. And we found a consistent pattern of Vietnamese residents wanting much more from our local leaders on how to protect our immigrants from deportation. Of the specific Garden Grove residents surveyed, 52% of our residents wanted more or much more action done, where only 14% were content with less or just enough. In our current fall program, led by leaders like Vicky, who just spoke, we are seeing similar dynamics with these programs. Almost 73%, 3/4 of our youth voters are indicating that they will consider your actions or your inactions today as they are deciding on how to vote in next year's midterm elections. But these statistics, they're not just numbers. Each person that we talk to, they are stories. These are our community members. They are enraged, they are scared, they are anxious, and they are wanting to see more being done by this body. And we've seen such a disconnect from what Vietnamese residents want from our elected officials and what is actually being delivered in terms of actual policy. Many of our representatives in Little Saigon will often talk and highlight their refugee background during campaign season, but will turn on their backs on immigrants and forget their roots when they have the actual power to help. We're calling on our elected officials, especially our Vietnamese ones, to remember our responsibilities and our roots. And we are committed as Viet Rise to continue building the long-term engagement of our Garden Grove and Little Saigon residents to continue working on this issue because we deserve a city that is safe for all of us. Thank you.
Dina Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm very happy to be here to share some thoughts. Not too long ago, you had a labor union negotiation and you had to go into mediation. That tells us that our city does care about the budget and care about our employees. We have a very slim budget. Luckily, we were able to settle that negotiation for the staff. And that is because our council members, our staff, and administrative staff have carefully thought out about our budgets. I'm not here to talk about ICE because it has been talked about too much already by the media, social media, in all different kinds of angles that causes a lot of unrest. And I believe our city is a peaceful city, and I would like to remain that way. Our city provides equal protection through our police, fire, public work, and utility staffs. The budget that we budget for our city, for police, is a huge budget, and our fire. And if now an immigrant or anyone in our city call 911, our staff would be there to protect them from crimes, to protect them from anything else that would harm them, especially violence. There are resources in Orange County which have been receiving millions and billions of dollars in aids to help immigrants. And I will just name some so that some of our immigrants who are not aware will be aware of this. The Social Services of Orange County has the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs. They have millions of dollars there to help refugees and undocumented or documented immigrants. The Catholic Charities of Orange County, they have two organizations, the Immigration Advocates Network and Catholic Charities of Orange County Immigration Citizenship Services. These are nonprofit and free services to immigrants. As far as the everyday need and necessity, cash and food, we have our food bank and Refugee Cash Assistant, the RCA program from the Orange County Social Services. We need to be fiscally responsible to maintain a healthy budget for the city, to continue to have competitive salaries for our police force and our firefighters and staff who serve everyone equally. You have equal protection in Garden Grove. We do not turn anyone down when they call 911. We do not turn anyone down when they have an attack and they need the firefighter. So everyone in the council, not just the Vietnamese elected officials, please be fiscally responsible.
All right, my next three speakers are Dwight Ho, Tony Flores and Ciro Ku. Dwight?
I was supposed to go earlier, but I think.
Oh, are you Chan?
Chow.
Chow. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Garden Grove City Council. My name is Chow Tran, and I'm a resident of Garden Grove District. And I am here today urging you to vote yes on agenda item 19, because our Garden Grove community deserves to see the council member that they elected to take action to protect their own constituents. Our community member, under the threat of being kidnapped, ran their own home right up the street, just around the corner where I go get my grocery, or where I go get my car wash, where my favorite restaurant is, on the same street that I'm sure we all pass by every day. And yet there hasn't been any real action taken by the city council to safeguard their own community member. I don't want to have to tell my dad to be careful when he goes to Home Depot, or I don't want to have to worry about my friend who's an international student whenever she takes the bus to school, the ICE might be out there. I think Garden Grove deserves better than this, and supporting Agenda 19 is the bare minimum we can do. So please, I hope we can help move it forward. Thank you.
Are you Dwight?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Garden Grove City Council. My name is Dwight Hua, and I'm a resident of Garden Grove District 1, and I'm the community organizer at Viet Rise. And I'm here today to urge the council to vote yes on agenda item 19. As a part of my work, I support young Vietnamese people in Garden Grove and in Little Saigon to develop their leadership and growth, and instilling them an importance of taking action against injustice. Now, when discussing the impacts of the increased immigration enforcement in our community during our summer program, this group of young, bright, 15 young Vietnamese people, most who are Garden Grove residents or go to school in Garden Grove, shared how horrified they were to see their neighbors being kidnapped and Vietnamese families being separated. One student shared how angry and upset he was when his sister shared that during one of her shifts at the hospital, one of her patients was denied needed medical care and instead was faced with deportation. And then over the last several weeks, 7 of these Little Saigon youth have continued to canvass door to door and to talk to other Vietnamese young people about these issues. And over 20 other young Vietnamese voters, just like them, opened their doors and shared that they consider a council member's courage to stand up for immigrants when deciding how to vote in the next 2026 election. In response to these ICE raids and deportations in our community, many of these Little Saigon youth have organized mutual aid and food packages to deliver to families impacted by ICE raids. The Vietnamese American High School Alliance is one of these groups who coordinated with us in early July. They saw that these clear violations of human rights happening to their neighbors by immigration enforcement. They stood up and did their part to fight injustice. The youth and community have stepped up. What is the council, our elected representatives, doing in face of these violations? Many electeds like yourselves share that young people are the future. There are pathways to be our leaders in our community. But as you can see, they're already leading our community. Young people are looking now to the council to finally take action and stand up for immigrants in Garden Grove. They're urging the council to take decisive action to care for its residents at a time when increased immigration enforcement and family separation are impacting everyone in our community. Passing this agenda item is just one small way to do that. We urge you to stand with our immigrant and refugee residents and vote yes on agenda item 19. Thank you.
Tony Flores.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Koo.
Sir, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. It was his turn, and then
I am
yourself.
so sorry.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
My name is Sarah Koo. I am an immigrant myself. I grew up as an immigrant. I was 11-year-old when I came from Korea and spoke only how to sing alphabet song and knew how to say hi, bye, sorry, thank you, I love you. And thankfully, I speak more than that after 30 years. And I am thankful I have not received the hostility growing up much as I'm seeing our community experience. And I'm saddened by that. Shouldn't we be better? I am with an organization that is based in Garden Grove called World Relief, where we walk alongside immigrants and refugees. And I'm here to urge you to vote yes on agenda item 19, because our Garden Grove community deserves to feel welcomed and safe. We at World Relief advocate for immigrant communities that we believe, because we believe everyone is made in the image of God. And it is our human privilege, regardless of our faith, responsibility to practice generous hospitality, being good neighbors. Our neighbors are living in fear, are immigrant and native born. It's important that this city join in our standing up in support of immigrant rights and pass agenda item number 19, helping educate residents, business, and communities of their specific rights while connecting them to legal aids, resources to alleviate their concerns and anxieties. I myself, like I said, grew up as an immigrant and have lived in and near Garden Grove. I have privilege of working in this city where I get to grow up, I have gotten to grow up, and I get to work with the beauty, the diversity, and desire to see unity, compassion, and kindness to be lived out. Because we can be anything in the world, why not be kind? I hope that the City Council of Garden Grove can do more to make our diverse communities feel safe, welcomed, and empowered in these seasons. Thank you very much.
Good evening, councils, mayor, staff. I'm Tony Flores. Real easy to walk in a room with folks that all have the same mindset. But let me just get mine over with right now. I don't think we need this resolution. We don't need it. And I can tell you why. As one of the few Mexican families that lived in West Garden Grove, moved out here when I was in the middle of 6th grade. By the time I was in 9th grade over at Bell, I was the class president. And I've worked with organizations throughout the city, Central Garden Grove Residents Association, the East Side folks on the east side of town. We've all gotten along, nothing really about race or fear or any of that nonsense. We just work together on issues that impact us as people. But as far as this particular resolution, there's a number of things where we don't need it. We've already got our rules and our laws. We're talking about our laws. So we're missing a council member?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, she needs to hear this too, because what I'm about to say is that she needs to recuse herself from the discussion and the voting on this. She was on an anti-ICE, and you can see by the signs behind me, anti-ICE. This is an anti-ICE resolution. She was in an anti-ICE picket line in August. She shouldn't even have voted or participated in the discussion pursuant to our municipal code. Let's see here. I'm going to get on it right now. 2.02.060 and California Code of Regulation 18704. Shouldn't even have participated in that voting, and she shouldn't be on that tonight. So I think it needs to be considered. Omar, I think you've seen the email. And I think you've all seen the emails that I've sent in. But we don't need it. I also believe that we have some other issues going on with that. For example, this was indefinitely tabled on the 26th of August, and then somehow it just kind of pops up again. And we haven't seen the procedure, how that happened, or how that goes on. So what's really happening here? What's the deal with that? I mean, okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I didn't say a word while these people are speaking, and I request the same consideration. In any case, to continue, there's a question on how it got back on here, and I think there's an issue there in and of itself that needs to be addressed. But in any case, we do need to just move on. I think everybody has seen the emails, the attachments that are in there, particularly the October 23rd letter that was drafted by Todd Blanche, talking about that enforcement involving the investigation and prosecution of elected officials. We need to take a look at that and just drop this and just keep moving forward. No on Prop 50. Thank you.
My next three speakers, Toby No, Anthony Enriquez, and Logan Smith.
Hello. Awesome. Good evening. I'm Toby. I'm proud to affirm the resolution number 19. I'm living in District 6. Yeah, I love where I live, actually. I characterize myself as someone who has a deep love for just this place. I love biking around because it lets me be in the environment more. I love like how diverse everything is. There's so much food around here. I actually don't even like the Vietnamese food that much because my mom makes it so well, but I love all the other ones because my mom can't make that stuff, right? So it's great to have everyone's mom out here making food for us. But that's the thing. It's we're out here. We're all supposed to be together, one unit, one country, one state. But I think this administration this federal administration has clearly prioritized violence. When you look at what they're funding right now, the government is shut down, right? And they're still giving money to ICE employees and not giving any money to SNAP. Like, what's up with that, right? And right now, I think people need leadership more than ever. People need someone to guide them more than ever. I personally feel like very stressed. A lot of people I know feel very stressed about the future of the world, future of our country, and the lack of leadership everywhere. And I think whatever we can do, whatever steps we can take forward for whatever better future we still have, we need to do it. It is your responsibility. It is my responsibility too to come up here and talk to you. And I think just please listen. Please do something about something, bro. Like, that's all I gotta say. I'll leave it off with one more thing. My mom is not really too political, but she has started having a vicious hatred for Trump because 2 people she knows has been taken by ICE. She performs a lot on Football, and there's a person who was always videographing for her performances. He's been here for many years. He was 60 or something. And he served his time. He was a kid. He messed up. He went to jail. He never got naturalized afterwards. I think he served for 10, 20, even 30 years in prison. That's our tax dollars going to that. And then he gets deported. He's still in actually the detainment. And our tax dollars are just going to prison and then going to contain him again and never to naturalization. All our ethics are in whack. There's something that needs to be deeply done in this country. Thank you so much.
Anthony Enriquez.
Good evening, Garden Grove City Council. My name is Anthony Enriquez, and I am a Garden Grove District 2 resident. I'm here today to urge the council to vote yes on agenda item number 19. I've grown up here and have a large circle of friends and family in this community, and in the years I've been here, I've never witnessed as much fear in my community as I have now. I have family members who work in Little Saigon who have had to be protected by their workplace when ICE was spotted in nearby parking lots. Just this month, one of my close friends' grandmothers was forced to self-deport to avoid being detained at her court appearance. After being left no choice, his family turned to their community to support them and raise money to help her reestablish in Mexico. I love my community and I love that we show up for each other to protect each other, but we deserve a city council that will protect us the way we do for each other. The consequences of inaction are affecting our youth and our elders, and our elected representatives have a responsibility to the protection and needs of the people, and voting yes on agenda item number 19 will be one step towards providing that safety and those resources. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Logan Smith. I'm a policy analyst with the Harbor Institute for Economic and Immigrant Justice. I'm here to address item 19. There have been some comments made that Garden Grove is restricted in what it can do because it's a general law city. And obviously, while the council ultimately has the counsel of the city attorney, At the very least, Garden Grove needs to look at other general law cities in Orange County, like Fullerton and Costa Mesa, who have taken action on similar items and published and provided Know Your Rights information about basic human rights and dignity for their residents. SB 54, the California Values Act, has withstood every legal challenge to date. Let's be clear on that. It is the law of the land. Questions about SB 54 have been asked and settled by multiple federal courts, and SB 54's mandates are clearly reinforced by the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Garden Grove's status as a general law city presents absolutely no obstacle or conflict with the request on the table. SB 54 is wholly reconciled not only with federal statutory law and the U.S. Constitution, but the Constitution of the state of California, all of which you have sworn an oath to. Let me be clear, this is settled legal opinion. Even if some council members may not agree with it, the very constitutionally sound, court-tested state law limits the extent to which local law enforcement can cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. Given that at least one council member here today has claimed he texted and communicated with city staff instructing them to work with ICE and threatened to fire the chief of police in Garden Grove, it's important that the council and city staff clearly disclose whether the city intends to comply with settled state law, limiting the use of local law enforcement for family separations and federal enforcement actions. Transparency is paramount, and Garden Grove residents deserve clarity on whether or not the members of this city council continue to instruct city staff to violate the law, and if those unlawful instructions have been acted upon in the past. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, but in the face of increasingly disruptive and invasive tactics by federal agents trying to hit arbitrary deportation quotas, I also want to reiterate the urgency with which this council must act to provide the most basic level of protection for the families who live and work here and call Garden Grove home. I urge you to move forward with implementing Agenda Item 19. Thank you.
Before I move forward, I do just like to make a point of order on tact and decorum while we're in the chambers. The snapping, the catcalling, the comments during speakers is rude, and I would like it to stop, please. Thank you. My next three speakers are Christina Miranda, Maureen Blackman, and Laura Dong.
Good evening. My name is Christina Miranda, and I am a Garden Grove resident. I am not here with any organization. I'm simply coming to you as a resident looking for their elected officials to demonstrate leadership and protection for their constituents. I am here in support of Agenda Item 19 to draft resolution promoting protection of due process and civil liberties for all. I am also here to ask of you to not become desensitized, not become numb to the calls and pleas and call to leadership. This is a transformative moment where morals and directives collide. Every single one of you on a council seat are sitting here thanks to an immigrant's sacrifice and bravery. As I read each council member's statement found on your city site, the words that stood out that described what your contributions to your seat would be are to enhance safety, quality of life, and serve your diverse community. Nearly half of the community you were elected to serve is an immigrant community. I ask you to then have a heart and compassion for your neighbor, for those that have had to make the brave decision to better their lives, thrive, and peacefully contribute to our city through means of immigration, just like most of our family members have and did, including you, our Garden Grove City Council members. I call you to not just say you stand with your residents, but actually equip them and protect them as their elected council members. We hear the narrative that raids taking place is law and order, taking criminals off the street, but I ask you to reflect on the trends. Early mornings, car washes, Home Depots, bus stops, school drop-offs. They are antagonizing the hard-working individuals, the early risers, the ones that look past obstacles and walk, bus, carpool, bike, look for work, look for opportunities to provide for their families and contribute to the city you were sworn in to represent. I don't think I need to continue to share responsible immigrant characteristics because you yourself are one or are here thanks to one. I trust you know how a violent and dangerous criminal acts and carries themselves. I kindly ask you, do what is in your power to end the terror taking place in our streets. Protect and equip your constituents. Protect your city. Do what you can to offer dignity and safety for those that are continuously being targeted and discriminated. I ask you to lead with love and compassion for your neighbor. I ask to please pass agenda item number 19. Thank you.
Maureen Blackman.
Hi, I'm Maureen Blackman. The reasons given tonight are heartfelt, very emotional, and really speaks to the community that we live in, but we also have some realities to face. I'm here to address item 19 on the City Council agenda. The resolution as it's written is not a viable option. I sent an email earlier today which explains why I oppose the resolutions and why I objected to the way it was placed on the agenda this week. The demands are high and, to be honest, not viable. The proposed resolutions ask a tremendous amount of staff time, financial obligations, and exposes the city to potential legal risks by asking the city to partner with community organizations that may or may not be vetted. Ask former Supervisor Andrew Doe how that worked out for him. I understand the fears. I'm empathetic to the community that is impacted by the national immigration efforts. I'm also mindful of our city's budget and the resources. I see all the needs of all of our community members. Our budget is held together by duct tape and tie wire, and there are many resources available. There could be many resources available that just simply can't be afforded. The community needs to seek and ask for the resources that might not be implemented on our city website, through our city legal system, and other things. Councilmember Ariana listed some from Buena Park and others. I think Dina Nguyen mentioned some of the resources that are available. They are out there. We have 31,000 according to Ariana, members who are not legal citizens in our city. I don't see 31,000 getting rounded up. I appreciate the passion from these young people, but I'm a real no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Laura Dong.
Hello, council members. My name's Laura. I've been a resident of Little Arabia for over 7 years. For the same time, I've been an RN serving hospice patients in Garden Grove and other parts of LA County and Orange County. For 7 years, I've volunteered with a nonprofit in the area serving refugee families and asylum seekers. I'm a former staffer with the State Assembly. Most importantly, I'm a follower of Christ. I've been really encouraged by hearing tonight how you support your city and just the heartfelt comments by people here. I'm here to ask the council to continue in your efforts to form a community here in Garden Grove that offers safety and hospitality and upholds the dignity of every human that resides here. Sadly, it does not appear that ICE is doing this, and there needs to be some accountability. I humbly ask that you vote yes on the resolution in agenda item 19, but please don't stop there. Please continue to fight for due process, offer sacrificial service, and support community organizations working with refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants. I recognize that I am currently not a target, but one day I might be, and I hope my community would speak for me. I bless each of you in your role on the council with wisdom, with conviction, with creativity and vision, believing that you too want to honor each of your constituents, as well as our friends and our neighbors in Garden Grove and the surrounding cities. Thank you.
All right, my next three speakers, Christine Edis, Brian Dong, and Jen Tackney.
Hello, City Council and mayors. Thank you guys for putting item number 19 on the agenda. I just want to thank you guys all for your service to the community and taking a step towards dialogue with the public over just an incredibly divisive and spicy topic that's very dear and very important to all of us. So with that, I'm here to stand in support in solidarity with the people trying to immigrate here legally. It's just not right to treat people the way that immigrants and refugees and asylum seekers are currently being treated by the federal government, regardless of ethnicity. The federal government appears to be using the legal system as a weapon to deport immigrants with little discernment between the individual who's trying to immigrate here legally and those who are not. The deportation of immigrants has become a policy that is seeking to reach for numbers over specificity. The federal policy seems to be more concerned with fulfilling deportation quotas than separating people who are trying to immigrate here legally from those who are not. And in the process, people following the rule of law and attempting to immigrate here legally are being deported. So that said, it really seems like it would be helpful to provide some legal protections and language to help the immigrants legally process their paperwork. So the immigrants shouldn't be afraid of our courts. They should have confidence that our legal system will treat them with fairness and respect. And under the current conditions, deportation is being used as a threat instead of a consequence. So to that extent, I support item 19 as your neighbor from West Anaheim, and ask you all to consider the plight of the immigrant as they try to immigrate here to the U.S., a nation of immigrants. Thank you all.
Let's see if I could do this here. Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Christine Edis, and I have been a part of the city of Garden Grove my entire life. I have lived in the east and the west sides, respectively. My husband's family built the first Orthodox church in Orange County, here in our city. The majority of my immediate and extended families continue to raise families in this city, and I don't see myself living anywhere else. I come here as a community member, a parent, a teacher, and a student advocate. I also want to honor my husband and our veterans and our active military for protecting our right, our constitutional right, to freedom of speech. It is truly disappointing that we are continuing to try to find a resolution to protect the most vulnerable families and students. I have seen it firsthand, the emotional impact these masked militia kidnappings have on our children's mental health. Their motivation is overcome by fear. Motivation is a huge factor in academic success, so to place another layer of fear and anxiety is inhumane and cruel. Imagine that you were just 5 and worrying if your mom will be able to pick you up from school today or if you will ever see your parents again. I can just imagine how unbearable that can be for a child. For the past 5 months, you have done nothing to protect the majority of the Garden Grove residents from racial profiling and the unwarranted presence of ICE in our neighborhoods. In August, you neglected to reaffirm your commitment to community safety and harmony in Resolution 12. Thank you to Councilmember Aristegui for validating the majority of our residents' desire to take action and placing Resolution 19 on tonight's agenda. I ask that each council member carefully think about your vote on Resolution 19 tonight. You all should know who your neighbors are. 85% from diverse populations and can be picked up off the street at any moment. We will no longer stay quiet, and we will ensure you are held accountable for the inaction at the ballot box. Finally, you were elected and you were sworn in and have an obligation to serve the constituents of the city of Garden Grove. Stand for something. If not, you will fall for anything. We are present, we are here, and we have been here. Our voices are the majority, and they will get louder and larger. You cannot ignore us anymore. Your vote at the last meeting to honor genocide of Native Americans is not what our city stands for. Do better. It's time you pass Resolution 19, because if you fail to protect the majority, you will indirectly harm us all. This is your moment to be present with us here tonight. Hear our call and resonate in action. Thank you.
Jen Tackney.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Tackney. I am a resident of District 1 and a business owner in District 1. And item number 4 was on the agenda, and thank you for your yes vote. I wanted to say it has been 11 years. We only missed 2020. It started in 2014. It is 45 days away. Christmas is 58 days away, so that should stress us out even more. I wanted to thank you, Mayor and council members, for everything that you do for our community, and personally invite you to the event happening December 12th at Eastgate Park from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. We would love your presence there and get a photo with Santa. So thanks for everything you do.
Thank you. All right, my next 3 speakers, Stephanie Nguyen, Hannah Hong, and Claire Flores. Hannah?
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. My name is Stephanie Nguyen. So I came here, my family came here. I'm immigrant too, but my family have to wait over 30 years for the process paper. They check my family criminal, violent, even the healthy body. Make sure we did not bring the disease or virus to come to the USA, right? And so, because the reason I came here, I work hard and I'm proud to call Garden Grove home. And like many immigrants, I believe in law and fairness. That's what made this country work. So this sorry, I'm very emotional right now. This resolution sent the wrong message. That breaking the law is acceptable, and that taxpayers should fund the profit. The finance of the city of Garden Grove, I think, have to focus, because all around the city, the street, the road damage, we need to focus on the damaged road. How about the police here? They sacrifice their life to protect make sure our neighbors' safety. We have to take that money to support our police, right? And how about the homeless? Around the city, we need to save the money to support them. How about the veterans who sacrifice themselves to protect our country? We need to save the money to support them. And the immigration, about the federal, the immigration, let the federal take care of that. It's not our job from the city, right? And then, so it's not fair for us who follow the rule and see our local government spend money to defend those who did not. I urge you to vote no on the number 19, because right here we have so many problems in the city. We have to focus. How about the young people? They on the street, the fentanyl, the drug. How do you take care? The young people here, they right now they drug, and the fentanyl. How you prevent that? Because so many criminals, so many our problem in the city, we have to take care. And the job of the immigrant, let the federal take care. It's not our job to take care. You have to focus in the city, take care of the citizens of the Garden Grove. That's your job. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council member. My name is Hannah Huang. I come here because about the item 19. This resolution is unnecessary and misplaced. Garden Grove is a strong, diverse, and caring community. And we don't need symbolic resolution to prove that. What residents need here, from the council is action on local challenges, public safety, homeless, clean streets, and city service, that's work. Immigration policies is federal matter, and this resolution won't change how the law are enforced. I understand everyone here for the no eye in the Little Saigon, and I am witness to see the family member got depart from the ICE. I understand that because I believe no one is above the law. So that's why hopefully the city council members vote no for the item 90, because our city is need care about whatever the resident needs here. So we need to help the city and the young people to study, or the homeless, or the police department, or the business here. We need to make the city stronger. Thank you.
Claire?
Good evening. I am a resident of District 5. My name is Claire Flores. I've been a resident my entire life. I have an immense respect for Mayor Klopfenstein. She served as my district council member with such compassion and get-it-done attitude that I truly grew to admire her. I understand you are all in positions where you must consider the community as a whole. I know those positions hold an immense level of responsibility, and I can only imagine the amount of pressure you're all under every day. I have a lot of respect and commend Council Members Muñetón and Aristegui for their efforts in trying to establish protections and resources for part of the community that is currently facing insecurity in our city. I hope we can all agree that we want our community to be operating at its optimal level. We want a productive, safe, and harmonious community. If part of a plant is not receiving the light and food it needs to survive, it will begin to deteriorate, and that deterioration will eventually spread to the rest of the plant. I know this is seen as a small issue affecting only a small percentage of our community, maybe even thought at as insignificant problem at this time. But it isn't a small percentage, and it is in fact a large number of residents being affected by this. As someone who served families dealing with food insecurity and work loss, and this work loss was not because they didn't want to work, it was because they were afraid to go to work. And not having knowledge of their rights or available resources, which I keep hearing that we have a lot of resources, but I'm letting you know right now, most of the people I helped have no clue what resources are out there. I want to make it clear that I served, along with the people that helped me, community members of all types. It wasn't just Latino or Hispanic. We served senior citizens, we served Asian families, Black families, white families, veterans, even teenagers who came up to us asking us for hygiene kits and food. I think many of us forget that most of these residents being affected by this are hardworking people, responsible residents that want to just work and earn their keep and provide for their children. We need to remember that those very people are those that are an essential part of our community. We rely on them. Workers from restaurants, markets, car washes, hotels, gas stations, landscaping, maintenance, janitors, custodians, construction workers. We all rely on all of that every day. I hope the council can support a resolution that will provide immediate and possibly long-term assistance to our neighbors who are most vulnerable to food insecurity and work loss at this time. Our city is facing challenges that are affecting residents who are already struggling. I'm a realist, and I do understand that maybe agenda item 19 as it's written is not doable at this time. So could you all work together on creating something that is?
All right, my next three cards, Rashad Albaga, Amir Tan Chung, and John Ramirez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rashad Al-Dabag, and I'm the executive director of the Arab American Civic Council, an organization based in Little Arabia, but serves the Arab American and immigrant communities across Orange County. I'm here today to urge you to support Agenda Item 19 because our Garden Grove families deserve to feel safe and protected. Over the past several months, we've witnessed alarming reports of people being detained or kidnapped by ICE agents here in our region, in our city, and across the state. These actions have deeply shaken our community. Even our children are feeling anxious about targeting of our immigrant communities. My middle school daughter has been anxious and worried because some of her friends at school have stopped showing up to school. Local Arab American and other businesses have reported that workers are afraid to show up. And at one point, a market here in Garden Grove had to temporarily close because of fear. This is why it's important for Garden Grove to stand up for our immigrant rights. By passing Agenda Item 19, the city will help ensure that residents, businesses, and families know their rights and connect with them with the legal resources they need to feel supported and less afraid. The last time I stood in this chamber was to celebrate Arab American Heritage Month in April. But such proclamations mean little or nothing if our immigrant communities don't feel safe in their own neighborhoods. Let's make sure our values are reflected not only in words, but in action. I urge you to do the right thing, support Agenda Item 19, and help make Garden Grove a place where all of our diverse communities can feel safe, valued, and empowered. Thank you.
Amara Tong Chung.
Sentua, Honorable City Council members, I am Amara Tan Chung, VITQ resident of District 5. I am exceedingly disappointed in Mayor Pro Tem Joe Duvin, who has falsely and baselessly made allegations of malign foreign influence in the VITQ community and sought to involve the federal government in this matter. Dovin does not represent the VITQ community, and many VITQ residents, like my mother, are struck incredulous by his preposterous political statements like calling for a Vietnamese constitutional monarchy and misrepresenting the No Kings protest as fear-mongering. Dovin is not only out of touch with the VITQ, but also does not listen to the wider multi-ethnic community of Garden Grove, which has legitimate concerns about the overreach of federal immigration authorities. Garden Grove needs people who listen to the local community on its own terms. Where there are people who think to lead us, but make up false claims about us or make demands without our input. Many members of our community have been relying on themselves to enact change and will continue to do so regardless of leaders who presume to speak for us. Come on, you.
Madam Mayor, point of order.
All right.
City Attorney, may I rebut since I heard my name?
You can wait until the end of public comments unless the mayor and the council wishes to allow for the Mayor Pro Tem to speak at this time.
I think generally if they call you out on something, you're allowed to rebut.
Thank you, I'll be brief. The gentleman that just spoke, this is at least third time he come masked. We don't know who he is. He doesn't represent any community or anyone, not even if himself, if he can't identify himself to the rest of us. Do not call me or anybody in my community VITQ. That's a term that people in Vietnam call expatriates who are here. We are Vietnamese Americans. You stand corrected. and I just corrected you. That's my rebuttal. I have a right to put out press releases. I have a right to my own political opinions.
Excuse me. Excuse me. No.
I'll be very brief, I said. I'll save my comments for later when we go around the horn. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Next up is John Ramirez.
Hello, good evening, council members, mayor, staff, and members of the community. So my name is John Ramirez. I'm a 26-year resident of Garden Grove. I raised my family here. I have been on multiple commissions, and I'm currently chairman of the Planning Commission, and I've been on that commission for almost 7 years. I'm a former community development director here in Southern California. I worked for cities for approximately 25 years. And I share that because I have a particular unique insight on how cities work and how they interface with other regional, state, and federal government entities. Just so everybody can be comforted in the room, I'm a grandson of an immigrant who came here in the early 1900s when there weren't social programs, when there weren't a lot of people who spoke Spanish. And he went to Nevada first, and his first question was, where's the work and how do I become a citizen? And they told him, go to LA. That's where the work is. I'm a little offended that when people talk about my immigrant brothers and sisters, whether they're here legally or illegally, there's always a reference to gardening or working at a restaurant or doing laundry. My grandfather and other members of my family who are immigrants, that's not what they did when they came here. They worked hard. My grandfather actually helped manufacture medical equipment, high-end stainless steel medical equipment. So I think we don't need to reduce our immigrant brothers and sisters to only one type of job set or job skill. I know there's more than just gardeners in Mexico, and I know there's more than just people who do laundry in Mexico. So I'd appreciate if we didn't do that. I'm here to ask you to vote no on number 19. The services that are being requested and identified in the resolution are already provided in Orange County and in Garden Grove. And all I did was Google immigrant resources in Garden Grove, and the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs showed up on my browser. There's multiple resources in Orange County and in Garden Grove. I would request that you vote no on this resolution and focus on what's happening here in the city with regard to homelessness, infrastructure, repairs that are needed, and focus on how do we make our city safe. I can't even go walking in my neighborhood without having either some sort of mace or some sort of weapon because of the homeless people walking through my neighborhood. That's a real issue that comes up on a regular basis. So I urge you to focus on local issues. Your job as a council to make sure the city has funds and is funded and complies with the budgetary restraints and the realities that we have here in the community, and focus on public safety, homelessness, and infrastructure, not fighting the federal government. There are several organizations here tonight who support immigrants. There's nothing stopping them from getting together, collaborating, renting out a park, and supporting that immigrant community. Why does the city have to use taxpayer money for that? Thank you.
Charlene Cuellar, Josh McIntosh, and Simon Melendez. Charlene? Yes. And Charlene will be followed by Josh McIntosh and then Simon Melendez.
Good evening, Mayor Kloffenstein, council members, and all my neighbors here this evening. My name is Charlene Cuellar, and I serve as the Legislative Advocacy Chair for the Garden Grove Unified Council of PTAs. Through that role and the years of volunteer work in our schools and in our community, I've seen how much families depend on feeling safe, supported, and connected, both in and outside of school. I want to thank you for bringing forward Resolution 19 and urge you to do all you can to pass it. Even while our community plans celebrations and cultural festivals, many of our families many families face uncertainty. And what the people are asking for most is protection and connection. The good news is resources already exist. We have amazing volunteers and service clubs doing the good work every day. The Lions Club, the Elks Club, the volunteers at Good Roots Market, at Our Redeemer Church and Second Harvest OC, and the Hope Food Pantry right here on Main Street. These are local volunteers and nonprofits seeing a need and responding, and I'll take this opportunity to say thank you. And I urge everyone to continue showing up and volunteering in your neighborhood and clubs, associations, and PTAs, and coming here to the City Council and your school board and to speak. What's missing is a central hub, a simple way for residents to find these services, to put it all together. Our school district has a great model with its family resource centers and community bulletins that reach thousands of GGUSD families. And I'd love to see the city create something similar, an email update, a web page that highlights local supports, resource events, and volunteer opportunities for residents to get involved. It doesn't require a new program, and I'm sure it doesn't require an extended heavy budget line, just coordination and communication. Garden Grove has always been a city of helpers, and we connect these families and efforts together. Everyone here benefits, and everyone here that's not here benefits. So thank you for your service for our city, and thank you for continuing to make Garden Grove a place where everyone feels safe, seen, and supported. Thank you very much.
Josh McIntosh.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and illustrious leader, Emperor Joe Dovin. I'm here to speak about a brand new proposal. So this is like 19.2, 2.0. Okay, not really 19. This is something brand new. I worked as an automobile repossessor for a California Recoveries Company, a Garden Grove-based business, for 15 years. I was a repo man. It was a dangerous job. Nobody was ever happy to see me or to wake up and find that their vehicle was missing. The work that I did directly affected people's lives. I was taking away their means of transportation. I made it harder for them to get to work, to take their kids to school, go shopping for groceries. I wasn't a car thief. These vehicles did not just go missing. Repossession agents are required to report each vehicle taken to the police department of the city where the repossession took place. We provided local law enforcement with the details of the auto recovery. We were held accountable for the actions we took for the storage of the vehicle. And I think that we should have a similar policy for every person that's apprehended in Garden Grove. So this is going to go out to our city attorneys, council staff. Need you to talk to Kristi Noem. What I'd like is within 24 hours of an apprehension in our city, that ICE reports the time, the date, the location of the apprehension, the apprehended person's full name, their address, any identification card on them, their current citizenship status listed, a copy of the warrant with the person's name listed on it, the name, address, and contact information for the facility where the person will be held, as well as any booking number assigned to them by the facility, and the names and the badge numbers of the agents who apprehended them. I'm not asking the city to go against the federal government or to interfere with the agents' work. I'm asking for accountability and an end to people just disappearing off our streets with no way for their families to locate them. I understand it's quite a task, but it's the right thing to do. If a small business in Garden Grove can do it, call it in, report, be accountable for what they've taken, so can the federal government. I'm asking you all to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Simon Melendez.
Thank you for this opportunity, Garden Grove City Council, and thank you to all the citizens of Garden Grove for making their voices known. Resolution 19 is incorrectly or flawed in its writing. Examples of this are some of the whereases where it talks about nearly half immigrants and refugees, 17 are non-citizens or deferred for childhood arrival recipients. It doesn't take into account in that whereas the criminals, the individuals dealing drugs, the gang members. Uneven immigration enforcement is born out of uneven understanding and support for our law enforcement. Therefore, it is uneven. That is correct. However, it's uneven born out of mismanagement on the part of our cities throughout the United States. Excessive immigration enforcement presence decreases people's willingness to engage the government. How so? I'm okay with individuals who are not here legally and are committing crimes to be taken off the street. I'm willing to cooperate with the government on that point. Look, for example, at the Hyundai plant in Georgia. That plant was all 500 workers illegal. Now, that didn't decrease the community having jobs where they were not jobs for U.S. citizens where they should have been. Local economies are negatively impacted, in other words, by widespread immigration enforcement. Broad workplace rates. Really? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not, but that's a controversial point. The courts have ruled that the federal government cannot deny funding. True. But as time passes, that well may be the case. So this resolution is born out of a political perspective that not everyone in the city of Garden Grove agrees with. My favorite part of this resolution, which shows its lack of validity, lack of cohesiveness, and lucidness, would be the very last part of the resolution. Let me read that for everyone so they can hear what this resolution says at the very end. Very end of the resolution. That if any section, subsection, clause, or phrase of this resolution or this application thereof to any person or circumstances is for any reason held invalid, the remainder of this resolution or the application of such provision to other persons or circumstances shall not be affected thereby. And the council hereby declares it would have passed this resolution and each section, subsection, clause, phrase thereof, irrespective of the fact that one or more of the sections, subsections, clauses, or phrases of the application thereof to any person or circumstances to be held invalid. Amazingly, tragically, incorrectly written. If this resolution is correct, then vote yes on it, but vote no on 19.
All right, Joel Silverthorne, Casey Conway, and Debbie Mick.
Hi, Joel Silverthorne. How you doing? You didn't miss anything. Dodgers lost tonight, so everybody pay attention, okay? By the way, wearing a mask is absolutely perfect. I think we should all wear masks. I see him everywhere, and he wears the masks everywhere. Because in Japan, it's actually a courtesy because you're keeping other people from having your germs. Okay, anyway, my wife and I she's disabled Vietnamese. I transferred from, we've been married 25 years. I transferred from Fairfax, Virginia Home Depot to the Phoenix Home Depot to the Garden Grove Home Depot so that she could be around her own language. We're going to retire here. As a Vietnamese, we have lots of conversations about being very against anybody who wants communism to be anywhere around here. We saw deaths. She saw deaths. As an international studies major, I don't want fascists. My father didn't. And the first anti-fascist leader was General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Over 100,000 graves in the Arlington Cemetery are Antifa, fought against fascists. Donald Trump yesterday said that the Georgia Korean immigrants' detention was a mistake. He said that on the plane. And he wants it corrected. Economies, we have built, you want to save money, federal money in Garden Grove, you save a lot more money. Anytime you drive around, you won't see any construction. It was all ended when Trump came in. Why? Please say in your final remarks anything about what the people are saying here. You had a very scholarly person here talk to you about the laws and immigration. Everyone in here has had a high school education, at least, about what's going on. And every one of them been taught by their teachers to be within that guardrails between fascism over here, communism over here. We don't want either. We have guardrails. It is a guardrail that is uphill. It is a guardrail that has rocks and stones on it. We have to walk over those together. Thank you very much for your time. God bless.
Casey Conway, followed by Debbie. Mick. Almost done. I'd like to just.
Hi guys. My name is Casey. I'm the Director of Organizing at Orange County Rapid Response Network. Oh man, a lot of crazy things were said today. Before I can even get into this, I feel like there's some scaffolding that needs to be done. A lot of misinformation was shared. You know, Dina said that due process is about police funding. Due process is about your constitutional right to due process under the law. And in this context, that means lawyers. And if we're talking about funds, which we're not yet, but we should be, that means providing that for people. The federal government doesn't, the county government doesn't, but it's constitutionally guaranteed. And you guys will forgive me if I'm very plain spoken today. My mom is a Vietnamese boat person. I don't look like it. In our space, we try to involve community into the legal system. We try to make people leaders of their own case. I support 60 detained community members from Orange County, including residents of Garden Grove. Our network tracks over 700 Vietnamese detainees from all over the country, including personal family members. At the rate that Vietnamese refugees that are flagged for this program are being deported, by the end of Trump's term, 40% of them will be deported. 40%. Imagine what that would look like. So, yeah. And then to King Joe, truly reprehensible how you treat Gandalf back there. The youth who came here to look you in the eye and speak the truth, shameless, disgusting. Personally, I think resolutions are dumb, they're symbolic, but this is a yes and, this isn't a no, so please vote for that. But for me, my angle is to reframe the conversation to a county level and talk about the state of emergency that we're in and the mass deportations of our people and the violation of their rights. I would like to create context that before describing the rest of it, that the way Garden Grove City Council is viewed is that it's choosing to lie low during this point in time. I point out Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, Anaheim, and Fullerton, who have now publicly acknowledged the crisis we are in and are doing things within their city scope to do something about it. Crisis, disaster, emergency, these are true and accurate terms for what your residents are going through. A reality LA County is honest about with their state of emergency, as well as those cities I listed. Like dominoes, Southern California governments are acknowledging the truth, and one by one the dominoes fall. And the dominoes that fall first will be seen as the truth tellers, while the final cities will be seen as outmoded, in the way, and selling their people out for whatever conflicts of interest that is worth the well-being and the literal lives of your people.
Time, yeah.
Damn. Deportation Defense Fund people, they're getting kidnapped.
One second, ma'am. Ma'am, 1 second. 1 second, please. We had a point of order.
I heard my name again. I'm exerting my right to It's very simple, people. This is not about Joe. This is a public forum to air our differences in opinion as to how we can provide solutions to our common issues. This is not a trial court. We are not adversarial, and we don't have lawyers arguing constitutional law. Please keep it an open forum, not about Joe. We are talking about agenda item 19, which I appreciate my colleagues putting on the agenda, and we're having this very healthy discussion. Let's stick to the issue and stop with the name calling.
With that, we'll move to Debbie.
Hi, actually, I'm Debbie McMahon. Sorry about that. I've lived here since '77. My sister moved here in '73. Pardon me?
Excuse me.
Huh?
Again, with the decorum in the room, I need everyone to be quiet while somebody else is speaking, please. Continue.
Were you able to hear me? Or sorry, my voice is. I've been living here since '77. My sister and her family moved here in '73. We saw a heck of a lot of changes in that time. The Vietnamese refugee crisis caused a lot of shakeup. We had a culture shock both ways. But somehow over the years, we managed to make this all work out. The Vietnamese community stepped up and brought in the new refugees and taught them how they can function in this society with our technology. It's been crazy to watch what's happening this last year. It's been really an emotional event for me to see what's happening in my country and how this nightmare is coming. I just want to start something really first. I'm going to skip over to something you can do right now. We have a food problem, a crisis of people that are getting starving. So you can start with November and December. All of you can help your communities, your newly formed precincts, inspire them to donate and show them where to go with the food. What's the best place for them to go? Put it on your website and direct it. And then after those 2 months, why don't you go ahead and take each one of your districts and pick a month to try to rally and keep that food going, because this is going to go on for too long. The future is looking really bleak right now. Pardon me my emotions, I was trying not to get there. I came here originally when I heard about the safety and what was that called? The safety resolution. The harmony and safety resolution. And I was so proud of that 2017 council, and I want to say thank you to our police chief. You restored a little bit of trust for me in the police department because of an event I saw when I was 17 years old that I haven't forgotten. It was so violent. You were splayed out on the ground. I saw a man being beaten on the ground, but repeatedly, not you, in 1977, when I was 76, when I was a young lady, a teenager, splayed out on the ground, being beaten. He wasn't moving. He was dead still. He might have been dead. I don't know. But he was beaten and beaten and beaten and beaten, and there was no reason why they couldn't just put the cuffs on him and do what they needed to do. That traumatized me, but I went to my mother. I said, I want to report this. Just one rogue man that just ripped
Ma'am,
heck
please
of
wrap it up if you
trust out of
can.
my
Your time's
family.
up.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
This man just promised to care about our community. And the 2017, that resolution was saying you care about your community and the people in your community, and you're going to step up and help where they need help. So do it. Start with the food program. That'll help. Start with the 19.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Move on. All right, our next three speakers, Nicole Jaimes. I have a Nanaba and Zion Powell. I apologize, I'm having trouble reading the writing. Nicole Jaimes, is she here? Oh, there she is.
All right. Hi, I'm Nicole Jaimes. I heard a comment in here earlier in regards to, I guess, being something wrong with the Indigenous Christopher Columbus Day, but the Indigenous, at least on the East Coast, they actually participated in chattel slavery, the American slave trade. So, yay that, but I guess you guys can wait till February and then we can celebrate Black History Month. So, going back to this resolution, and it was tabled previously, and then we kind of just brought it back in a worse state. And you two did like a great marketing campaign, and you kind of fill the room, and then it's like, look at all this, and we speak for everybody. Look at all these people that come. And it's really not a representation, a full representation of everything. There's a lot of things going on in here. Like part of it is that residents are supported during times of difficulty, which, you know, is great. But then we need to support all of our residents, not just one segment of the population, right? And then we go another part, and we're going to do know your rights plus school-related support. I actually love that because the school district doesn't offer any educational support when it comes to IEPs. I could talk for hours about that, and that's actually pretty expensive if you want to go educate everybody on their rights with that. And then we're going to prepare packets and meet with different organizations. When we have a whole bunch right here, they're already doing a whole bunch of work. This is just a piece of paper. It's not going to stop anything that's happening. It's like if you make a traffic resolution and like we want to have safe cars, and then so, I mean, does that mean I just get to kind of run across Beach Boulevard or something? No. It doesn't change how other people behave. It does not. And so I just did my own little internet search of what's kind of out there. And if you look at under your homeless services, a lot of what people are asking are already there. So if you guys want to change the website, then change it for everybody, not just one group. If you're going to help, then you need to help everybody. And for the last part, I think I noticed there was some, decorums. People make comments wherever who really cares. But also, kind of like if you come up here and you want to call someone, as long as it's related to the policy, then you could say that. If you don't like the way that your council person is behaving, you could say something like that. So I think it's also kind of a fine line between freedom of speech. So don't have to like what each other say. We just have to be nice about it and help everybody or don't help anybody. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nanaba Kedaniki. I'm an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation, and I've been a resident of Garden Grove my whole life. I went to Evans, I went to Ralston, I went to Garden Grove High School. And I do appreciate you guys recognizing Native American Heritage Month, but I do not appreciate you guys trying to take away Indigenous Peoples Day. It's not right, and why would you want to split it in half from midnight to noon and from noon to midnight? And why do we get the part where people are sleeping? Why can't we be awake celebrating it? I mean, of course, maybe 6 a.m. the earliest, but why do that? So right here, I'm holding the proclamation for Garden Grove that me and my mom were gifted by you guys, because we came to the city hall meetings just like everyone else, to get our day instead of Columbus Day. Because why do we need to celebrate a person of mass genocide, a rapist? You know, that brings me generational trauma, and I bet other Native American residents here in Garden Grove, it hurts them too. There's a lot of history, bad history. And if you want to keep bringing up bad history about America, why not bring up the boarding schools? Why isn't there a day for the Native kids like my dad who went to boarding schools? Why isn't there a day for the missing and murdered Indigenous people? There's 172 federally recognized tribes in California, and there's 573 across the United States. So it would not be fair for you, Mayor Pro Tem, to be taking that away from us as Native people. And again, do not appreciate the comments about saying that our ancestors migrated from here when your ancestors migrated from here and we were here first. So please get Joe Knowledge together. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
I heard my name. I exert my right to rebut.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is a public forum. I don't believe you were here when I said what I said about sharing Columbus Day and Indigenous Day. With all due respect, I love this country. We can all share it. What does it matter if you came first or you came later? If I use that argument about people who came later, should I discriminate people who came later? No. I don't discriminate people who came later. Nor do I give special treatment to people who came before
Ladies
me.
and gentlemen, please.
I listen to you, but you don't want to listen to me.
No, stop.
I didn't discriminate nobody. You were saying stuff about my people.
You
the
cannot come
history.
back up, and this is not a back and forth. This is still oral communication. We're not allowed to have back and forth.
Stephanie,
I'm
you
calling
signed
this
this.
good. Yes, I
You
did, ma'am.
signed
I
this.
need you to please move away from the podium. And our next speaker is, I apologize, I can't pronounce your first name. The last name is Powell. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Zion Powell. I apologize for that.
I did have it right then. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to start off by saying that these meetings are overall entertaining. It's became like my personal show at home, to be honest. And it's funny to see all the personalities here, some of the, wild people coming up. But now my point that it seems futile to bring up what I originally wanted to. It's almost like there's no room for fun. And I don't place this on people that don't want ICE around. It's not their fault, obviously, but I need to focus. I'm just nervous. But okay, I wanted to talk about gardening, the name Garden Grove, our city. I would have thought there was a lot more agricultural or horticultural initiatives here, but there's nothing except for the Strawberry Festival. That's what I was going to initially say, but that was the point that I was making. It seems futile now, and now I feel like I'm just rambling, but Yeah. I honestly, I think people need to organize. Aside from, like, people need to organize. What people are talking about, creating a website and making it easier to direct people towards services and resources, right? Humans, we are not built, like, we're so weak when we're little. How can you expect the general masses that have to deal with stress to have it all figured out? You know, it's just not, it's not reasonable, it doesn't track. I honestly just wanted to say that we can do better, both the people and you, the board. I haven't came with any statistics, still rambling, but I will be more organized the next time I come up here. But I do want to say thank you for your service. Yeah, that's about it. I'll email or something when I have it together. But yeah, that's about it for me.
Thank you. All right, Julie V., Tracy Law, and Linda Zamora. Three. We'll take a break.
Good evening, City Council members and my fellow community members. My name is Julie. I have been a resident of Garden Grove since 2008. I love being a resident of Garden Grove. The city has brought me a lot of joy, community, and core memories. I am here in support of Agenda Item 19. Posted on the City of Garden Grove website, a PDF from March 2025 recapping the City Council Retreat Summary, a convening of council members and the central management team. What caught my eye were both the value statement as well as the vision statement. As you know, a city's value statement is a declaration of the core principles that guide its government and community, shaping its policies, decisions, and interactions. It articulates what the city believes is most important and aims to provide a clear picture of the city's goals and how it aims to achieve them. For Garden Grove, the value statement reads, "We commit ourselves to the betterment of the individual, the organization, and the community by fostering a spirit of trust, creativity, cooperation, integrity, empathy, respect, and quality service to all." What do those words mean to you? A spirit of trust, 真诚真改, espíritu de confianza. How might this work in our city? A trust in who? A fear of what? A trust that rampant violence and fear in our rights being violated in broad daylight is acceptable? A trust that those we elect to represent our interests will not look out for our well-being? Integrity, integridad, Toang Vang. Council member, name will not be said. I share that one just for you. Let's move on to the vision statement. The vision of Garden Grove is to be a safe, attractive, and economically vibrant city with an informed and involved public. We are a diverse community that promotes our unique attributes and preserves our residential character. Safe? Safe for who? Attractive, like manicured lawns attractive? Because, you know, masked men wrestling people to the ground with knees on their backs, smashing car windows, tackling everyday people in the middle of the street definitely doesn't scream attractive or, quote unquote, professionalism, decorum, and respect, which was also brought up in your retreat. You want an economically vibrant city, but fail to acknowledge and do the calculus on the economic impact of residents, in which immigrants make up nearly half, who no longer leave their homes or can support the Buy in Garden Grove campaign because their own city fails to educate and offer necessary information to them. Diversity, what does it mean to have a diverse community when safety is not imparted to all diverse members of the city? What are these unique attributes we're promoting? Our residents, your residents, deserve to be treated with dignity. Honoring diversity is more than a proclamation, a food event, or wearing traditional gowns for a photo op. It's actual policy and practice for all residents of Garden Grove. It's providing the resources, information, and access that empowers and enables all community members to feel included and not fearful. I'm here to ask you to take your vision and values seriously by supporting Agenda Item 19 and to direct services, programs, and partnerships that can help support families being directly impacted. The more information that is available and in language, the more our community can make informed choices about their families and livelihood. That is not a partisan issue. Care should not be a partisan issue. Lastly, over the years, there have been many faces, names, and characters on that dais. Not all have been competent or kind, and many are soon forgotten or remembered
Please
for
wrap it
terrible
up.
things. Consider the legacy you would like to leave during your service to this community. Thank you.
Tracy Law.
Good evening, Garden Grove City Council, Mayor Kloffenstein. My name is Tracy Law. I'm the Executive Director of VIT Rise. VIT Rise has been headquartered in Garden Grove since 2019. We pay taxes, we serve the residents of the city. And I'm here firstly to thank our Councilmember Aristegui and Councilmember Muniton for supporting and standing with immigrant residents and putting this agenda item on for the council tonight. To the rest of the council, I say this with all due respect. It's time that you treat the people of Garden Grove with respect and do the bare minimum by supporting agenda item 19. VIT Rise, as some of you know, is right down the street here on Euclid. And right down the street from our office earlier this summer was when we saw videos spread online of a man, a Latino man who was just standing there looking for work, being tackled to the ground by Border Patrol. And that was just at the very beginning of the raids. This happened here in Garden Grove in front of Songhe Market, where Vietnamese people, Latinos, are looking for work to take care of their families. Have you looked in the eyes of a child crying, telling you that their father was just detained after dropping them off at their elementary school? Have you consoled a wife or partner who had no idea that that morning would be the last time they saw their husband who was just detained by ICE, and that would be the last time they could say goodbye to them in person? Do you know how much in money and loans that daughters have had to take out to pay for the legal fees of their dads who are stuck in ICE detention? It will cost more than some of your re-election campaigns. At least $50,000, $70,000, $80,000. Daughters who just graduated from college, now having to care and fight for their dad's release and freedom from prison. It's astounding, honestly, the mental gymnastics that some of you will go through to avoid taking action to defend immigrant communities. Frankly, it's embarrassing. It's sad. I hear some of you who are Vietnamese talk about the Vietnamese refugee experience, what we lost, what we sacrificed. And you see the same thing happening to your neighbors right now and you do nothing about it. It's embarrassing. I don't share these stories to appeal to your good values or good senses. I share these to show your hypocrisy. I share these to show that we know you do not care. For those of you who have a heart still, who care for your community, but have been pressured by those around you to vote against immigrant communities and to do nothing while all this is happening to your neighbors, now is the time and the opportunity to show that you care. So please vote yes on this agenda item. Thank you for your time.
Linda Zamora.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I have been a resident of Garden Grove since 2002 when I became a homeowner, and have actively participated in the city as much as I can, trying to improve it. I am here to speak on item 19 on the agenda because it affects me. It affects me in many different ways. But I'm not here to speak in favor of it, only because I see that it is a very flawed resolution. It is written with $0 amount on it. It asks for a lot of things, for packets, for community services that are already out there. It asks for essentially a new department to be developed in the city. And it has no dollar amount. Basically, it is saying, write a blank check, get the money out of somewhere, and create this department, which I don't think any of you sitting here will write a blank check to anyone or will give your credit card with no spending limit to anyone to just do whatever they want. As much as we do need some sort of cohesion and harmony in the city, I don't think this is the right way to do it, but we should do something about it. It is heartbreaking to see somebody being detained, somebody being beat up, especially somebody who's looking for work or who is on his or her way to work or just dropping off their child to school. It is heartbreaking. It's horrible. I can tell you because I ended up in the emergency room one day because I was so sick from seeing all that in the news that I just didn't know what to do, and there I go with palpitations and anxiety. So it's clearly an issue that affects everybody at one level or another, but it's not one that this resolution will resolve, mostly because there are no guarantees. If this resolution is passed as it is, there's no guarantee that one person alone will not be detained by ICE or will not be beat up by ICE. The ICE department, according to a Google search I did earlier, has $28.7 billion to spend on our behalf. That means $78 million per calendar year of our tax dollars to spend to beat up people with all the guns in the world. Garden Grove is not going to stop that. Garden Grove will become a target of the federal government. If you know anything about the federal government today, you know that it is mean, it's intimidating, and it's vindictive. It will come after Garden Grove to take whatever resources it has because we are going against it. I don't think it is on our behalf to do it. I think we should do something, but I think this is the wrong way to do it. Thank you so much.
All right, Nicholas Dibbs, AJ, I think it's Joven, and Paul Huang will be our last speaker.
Mayor Klopfenstein, members of the council, I came here to speak on some other things, so I'm going to do that first. A week ago, yesterday, we lost Pastor Eric Williams. There was a candlelight vigil at Eastgate Park on Friday. Over 500 people showed up. If I'd had a moment to speak to the group, this is what I would have said, quoting a hymn from the hymnal at my church. But I think this applies to anyone who is standing up for human rights as well. Behold, they stand in robes of white, who out of tribulation came. With songs of joy upon their heads, they praise his holy name. Oh, these are they whose hearts are pure and free from sin or any stain. They stand before the throne of light, their joy shall never wane. They worship him, that is God, they worship him in spirit new, God's messengers of love and life. They do his will, they speak his word, that stills all pain and strife. They show an ever clearer light, like stars they shall forever shine. They witness truly to his word, and God said, these are mine. I say that in memory of Pastor Eric Williams, who died tragically from a drunk driver at the young age of 45. Life is short. We have to do what we can to help make the world a better place while we're here. And so all those who are suffering, all those who have died, that poem from a hymn is apropos. I will comment briefly on item 19 and just say that we have a Constitution. It needs to be honored. The Constitution guarantees due process and freedom of speech without retaliation. Now, we've had some ideas presented from other people. There's nothing that says that you can't take this resolution and tweak it, rewrite it, put it in a different form if that's what you want to do. The key point is this: we have a Constitution, and the Constitution needs to be honored. And if the president is not honoring the Constitution, the cities and the local governments have a right to do something. Injustice against one is injustice against all. Silence is complicity. The Holocaust was going on in Germany, and people said, well, we didn't know what was going on. Others did, and they said nothing. So those who are suffering should not be ignored. We do need, I think, the city could provide resources for the public to help. And the one gentleman that spoke and said, You know, I don't want anybody to be arrested where you don't know the identity of the officer or where the people are taken. They should have due process and be treated fairly, honoring the second commandment of our Lord, treat others as you want to be treated. That's what we need to do. You can tweak this resolution, you can come up with something different, but you should not remain silent in the face of injustice. Thank you.
AJ?
Good evening, council members. My name is AJ Hoven, and I am with the California Immigrant Policy Center, a statewide immigrant rights organization. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on agenda item number 19. We've heard from a lot of Garden Grove residents that are speaking to the fear within the immigrant community. We've heard from workers serving immigrant communities and the ways in which even in their committed work every day, they know there aren't enough resources to meet the need within the community, a need that grows daily due to the raids across the country. And so now then let me talk about what our communities face. Just last week, I did court support for a mother and a daughter. They had to come all the way from Fresno, and they came to Los Angeles. It was a strange occasion because the closest courthouse in LA is actually right next to my hometown. I'm an immigrant from the Philippines, but I was raised in Hawthorne, California, if anyone's familiar with LAX. And so that courthouse is where they had to go, 3.5 hours. And they had to make it so that they could make their appointment to do their check-in. They've been in the country for decades. They have an adult daughter that is special needs where the mother is the primary caregiver. They were then turned away because there was an administrative error on their case. They were actually supposed to go to Concord, which is in the Bay. You want to figure out what the difference is between those? A 30-minute difference, really, between their length of travel to LA and then their length of travel to Concord from Fresno. This is what our communities face regularly, an arbitrary system with little support, and the few folks that are able to provide that support for them stretch to capacity every day. I'm from the Philippines. My family came here with a lot of hope, and I'm a product of that hope. I'm a product of the opportunity that I've seen here, and I know that that is part of what drives you all. I know that because, like a fellow earlier, before I did this work, I spent 10+ years in the public sector for municipality. I was never in an elected office, but I was an administrator like many of you are here, seated. And the reason you take a job like this is, you know, for a lot of reasons, I suppose, but I think the biggest one is a desire to serve the community. You've heard the community speak out today. They've told you exactly what they need. They've told you how they need it. And they told you how urgent the moment is. And so I guess I'm just appealing to that, your desire to serve the people, your desire to uphold the values that we all say that we believe in justice, in fairness, and in integrity. So please, implement agenda item number 19. Thank you.
Paul Huang?
Good evening, City Council member. Originally, I did not plan to speak at all. Just came to support however can the city. As I sit here and I listen to everyone share, it touched my heart. I want to share a brief story, but before that, I want to call each of us and invite all of us to look at each other. As City Council member, you're all from different backgrounds, but together you're one City Council. We are all from different backgrounds, but we're also from one city. I'm a refugee. My family escaped Vietnam in the 80s. I still remember growing up in Vietnam, our fear every night because of the Commerce official would come to our house demanding where my dad is. Because my dad was a rebel leader, he's always hiding. Growing up in Vietnam, I only remember seeing him once or twice because he's always hiding. He would come in the middle of the night, say hi, give us some apples, some strawberry, or some grapes, and then disappear before we wake up. Because of that experience, Growing up in the U.S., I had and I'm not the only one. Many immigrants or many of those who here may have the same experience. I was terrified of law enforcement. Many of you who drive and see a cops behind you and start shaking, I don't know the reason why, right? That's a common anxiety. It wasn't until when I was assigned here to Garden Grove PD, working as part of the psychiatric emergency response team under Chief Rainey's term. It took me 2 years before I overcame the anxiety. Every day, full-time here with the Garden Grove Police Department in the SWAT car with my partner, my hands were shaking and I didn't know why. I was having flashbacks and I didn't know why. It wasn't until my officer partner started sharing with me about his marital problem, his other issue, his human issue, his challenges at work. Through those experiences, through 2 years of sharing, in that interactions, it helps me to realize a cop is also human. He too have a family, he too have children, he too have stresses at work. So most of us here is trying to divide each other, legal or illegal. We are one community members. Try to get to know who's your illegal immigrants or your neighbors are. They're the same person as you are, as we all are. We're trying to work, we do the best that we can. So how can we come together as one community to make a safe place for everybody? And I believe in the Resolution 19, or any resolution that I believe what it stands for is the value of the city. It stands for the value of what the city wants to support, whether it's recognizing National Alzheimer Awareness Day month, whatever that may be, right? We're putting a stamp as a city to stand. And as a city of immigrants, as a city, well, despite our differences, I'm sorry, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. All right, with that, that wraps up oral communication. Thanks everyone for your comments. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. I'll entertain a motion unless,
Moved.
Second.
wait, are we supposed to?
That's, it's all in consent.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
okay.
but did you do oral?
Yeah, no, that's already been handled. Okay, I had a motion and a second? Okay, call for the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Here it is. Okay, under matters, item number 3.
Yes, this evening we do have a receive and file the 2024 through 2025 update on Republic Services, and Mr. Mark Ladney is here to provide that report.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Madam President and members of the Sanitary District Board, we're here tonight for a one-year contract review and update on our 2022 amended agreement with Republic Services. Tonight we'll be talking about our program updates, complaint inquiry and analysis, incomplete collection monitoring, and upcoming events and available programs. Additionally, tonight we have Michael Johnson and also Brandon Garcia with Republic Services who will be available to answer any additional questions. Starting off with a contract item that has been pending for a little bit. In November 2024, the Sanitary District received one of Republic Services' first Volterra trash trucks. It is a fully electric EV truck that is on residential collection. We currently have 4 of those vehicles working within the city on a regular basis, and they've shown to be pretty reliable vehicles for that service. Additionally, as part of our community cleanup events that we have 6 times per year where we accept bulky items, electronic waste, and provide some compost, we now also actually accept used household battery collection, and also we've expanded paper shredding to all 6 of those events. Another contract item that was implemented within this last contract year was we introduced the Commercial Environmental Ambassador Program. That program recognizes businesses within the Sanitary District service area who have shown and made efforts within sustainability in reducing their trash solid waste generation. As far as our legislative compliance goes, the City of Garden Grove did complete its 2024 calendar year recovered organic waste procurement, which means that we met the goal that was set by the state for the city to purchase and use items such as compost and mulch. As far as our SB 1383 generator compliance, we're working with Republic Services to bring our final batch of non-compliant businesses into compliance so that we will be compliant when the state comes out to do their compliance evaluation. Which, speaking of the compliance evaluation, under the SB 1383 regulations, the CalRecycle is required to come do a what they call a compliance evaluation once every 4 years. The Sanitary District and also the city, as there's a split responsibility for solid waste, is currently undergoing that process. We began in June of 2025. That process involves a review of paper records, and then there's also a site inspection component where CalRecycle will come out and visit various businesses and locations within the service area to make sure that we are in compliance. This past year, Republic showed significant improvement in the reduction of customer service complaints and inquiries that were received. This is a good thing because it shows that Republic has actually improved their service as far as missed collections and other items are concerned. The two highest categories that we've traditionally had large areas of complaints. There was a 14% decrease in complaints related to incomplete or missed collections and a 32% decrease in container exchanges. Container exchanges when a resident or business calls in and requests a new container and they're waiting for that delivery to happen. So those were reduced by 32%. Moving on to missed collections, as you can see from the chart, we've had a significant decrease in complaints, not only complaints, but also in missed collections themselves. Year-over-year comparison is a 32% decrease. Republic service logs show that we had over 1.4 million service opportunities per quarter, and the number of missed collections has steadily decreased each quarter while, I'm going to say except for summer, while the number of services to the community has increased due to the rollout of the SB 1383 mandates. The percent of incomplete collections out of the total service opportunities was cut by about 41% over year. We went from 0.125% to 0.074% within a 1 year period for that missed collections. And basically what that means is that 1 out of every 1,350 collection opportunities is a miss. So there is still room to improve within that area. However, as shown in the material, we have taken significant steps to work on that in the past contract year. Initial reports from Republic's 25-26 data do indicate that this trend is continuing, and we should continue to see a increased decline within this next fiscal year. Finally, as far as our upcoming events and available programs, we have our last community cleanup event of the year scheduled for Saturday, November 8th. That's going to be at the Public Works facility on New Hope Street. We are currently working on finalizing the details for our 2026 events, and that information will be made available on the website probably within the next few weeks. We've already planned our 2 compost giveaway events for next year. We'll be holding the compost giveaways on Saturday, February 28th, and additionally on Saturday, April 25th. Both of those will also be at the Public Works facility. Additionally, we are continuing to work with the Republic on the Environmental Ambassador Business Program. Businesses are currently being identified in Q4, so through the end of this year, and then they will be recognized once again, most likely in April of 2026. As a reminder to the community, for those that are of diabetic and diabetic testing supplies and needles, we do have a free mail-in disposal system for Sharps, with the information on that being available within our website. Additionally, we do have and continue to offer the bulk item pickup service for both single and multifamily residents. 3 pickups per year, up to 10 items at a time at no charge. As for SB 1383 organics, we still do have kitchen pails that are available. So if you still need a kitchen pail to collect your food scraps, your food waste, those are available for pickup at Republic's Anaheim office. And on a more positive note, Republic's material recovery facility was reopened, and so Republic is now offering tours to community groups that are interested. At this time, that concludes the presentation, and staff in Republic are available should there be any questions.
Thank you very much for that report. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman?
Yes, I have a couple quick questions. So first one, I just want to say thank you so much for all the event that you guys have here, relate to the community cleanup and bulky item, compost, etc. I participate in all the program that you have here. And also thank to Republic for your support, the cleanup day that we have last weekend. But I do have a couple of quick questions. So the first one is about the incomplete call. I know that on the report you only have up to June. We look at the previous year for July, the number was higher. So do you have anything after June 2025? We're right now in October.
Currently, our reporting system, it takes about a month in order to get the report, so there is a delay on that, and we can report out on Republic's Q1 progress through a manager's memo. I don't have that information readily available.
Okay, yeah, just because, you kind of want to see the trend, and previous year, July and August were the one that have really high number, and I think that is something that you can fix in terms of, the complaint and the incomplete pickup. Just you probably have to staff more people and things like that, right? The other thing that I want to bring up here is last time when we had the protest, people was kind of say that, okay, the Garden Grove City have the contract and, doing with you guys, but when you have the national thing and you have the people here that did not do the pickup. And so the resident want me to bring it up here today. And so I want to pass the message to you that if the city pay, you for the service here, then we would expect you to do the work here, not when someone else have the protest and you just join that, and we end up with have no one to pick up the, trash and all that. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Yeah, I want to echo Councilmember Tran's comments. We had a period of time where the strike occurred, and all of our community, the entirety, was inconvenienced dramatically. And I still get the comments and the questions, when are we getting our refund for the non-service? When are we getting our rebate? The last time that happened, a couple years prior, or was it 6 years prior, there was a refund given. And I don't know if that's being explored. I haven't heard anything recently on that. But the community didn't receive the service that they paid for. And there should be, I think, across the entirety of the city, there should be some kind of reparation made there. With that being said, Republic does a great job. They traditionally, these complaints, you're always going to have complaints when you've got an operation like this. You're always going to have complaints. Generally, they are able to resolve them in a pretty quick and expeditious manner. The vast majority of them. Occasionally, we'll get a phone call because it's gone beyond that, and then we'll reach out personally. The one that keeps coming to me is Kiwanis Land Park. Okay, that park is constantly getting missed, having issues with Republic garbage. The pickups, they were told last week, okay, they have 2 bins, large bins, and they're told, okay, you got to have a bin for food waste. Okay, fine, put the bin there. Shows up, that new bin, which is really small, is there, but they took away the other full-size bin. And this is a venue where there's a lot of events, a lot of people have birthdays and weddings and stuff, and so there's garbage generated. So they took away the other bin. So, that caused a complaint. They got that bin fixed. That situation resolved. Then they started complaining, well, they're not picking up. They're not picking up the bins. So he called one of the managers out, and by he, I mean the president of Kiwanis Land. And while they were standing there, he gets a text on his phone saying your garbage was picked up. And they're standing there right next to the bin, and the garbage wasn't picked up. And it wasn't even close to being picked up. So, yes, there is a lot of room for improvement. I want to make that very clear. We need to do better. We need to do better. So, but like I said, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I know when you have a organization that large, stuff happens. I mean, you can't control every little, I had one lady who called and she just went nuts on me because when they dumped her garbage can, her toilet paper roll fell out. And the driver didn't get out and pick it up and throw it in the back. It fell onto the street, and to me, that's a fairly minor thing. I mean, it was the empty toilet paper roll, the cardboard cylinder that fell out of the garbage can when it got dumped. But to her, that was the end of the world. So, some complaints are bigger than others. Let's put it that way. So anyway, with that being said, I think, as far as I'm concerned, you get a B-, but there is room for improvement.
Council members, anybody else?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I have some comments as well. First, again, with an organization as large as yours, there's union labor and, support, stand in solidarity with workers and their ability to negotiate for fair contracts. But we understand, sometimes stuff happens and, delays in service happen. But I do believe that you guys were able to still go out there and pick up everything. Your employees were there at the ready to help with the backlog. So thank you guys for that. My concern comes from, I have less residents that come to me and they call and complain and raise concern. A big reason for that is because we're still dealing with some disconnects in terms of making sure that our residents know that they can call and that they can make complaints and that there's things that can be addressed. And I do always have that concern, especially when new legislation is implemented, such as SB 1383, to make sure that my residents that might have issues with understanding what the new provisions might be and accessibility to that information really understand what the mandates are. And I want to make sure that my residents are proficient in what their responsibilities are, so that they avoid any possible penalties or anything of that nature. So I'm curious as to what kind of outreach you guys are doing with regards to that, and making sure that businesses are informed and that folks have access to this information. The other thing that I'm wondering, and I think you might be able to answer that, is with regards to things like at the residential level, making sure that our residents are aware of how to properly dispose of organic waste. I'm not sure if you'd be able to get, I'm not even sure if you track the numbers, but if we'd be able to get an idea of how well that outreach program has worked out, like within our individual districts, to see where can we also be better partners in making sure that our residents are learning about these new changes and also cooperating. I think it's also part of our responsibility to make sure that we inform residents. So, keep. I'm looking forward to updates for you guys to let us know how we can be better partners.
Absolutely. One of we may not be able to segregate it down to the district level, seeing as there's 6 districts and 5 trash collection days. But we can definitely share the information. A lot of the information for how successful the organics program is based on tonnage. We can go back and historically compare pre-SB 1383 to where we are right now. And we can make that information available to the council.
Thank you so much.
Here and then there.
Yes. First of all, I want to give compliment for the upcoming event that you have, because we just last Saturday we did some street cleanup ourselves. Me, Madam Mayor, and my council Cindy, we get together and do the community cleanup. Anyway, I have a couple talk about the complaint. I have some business in my area that complain that after a holiday, their business, because we didn't pick up on the holiday, and their business, actually the trash got overflowed, and they got penalty for it. Is that the point? Is there anything we can do for that?
It's my understanding that Republic software system takes into account holidays and should not be charging overages due to a delayed holiday pickup. And that's something that we can confirm with Republic's
Because
billing department.
you know the
on.
business, another extra day, their trash overflowed all over the place, and they got charged for it. Not a lot, $90, like I heard it, but to their business, it hurt them. So that's the point.
If you're aware of those businesses, I can reach out to you, council member, and we can look at those invoices to figure out what's going on.
Okay. And just for my own concern, we look at complaint as far as in my house and my community around me, my neighborhood, we never have a complaint. We're happy with your service. So just for my own, knowledge, what kind of complaint in general?
A lot of it deals with residents or businesses that who didn't have their cart or their trash bin picked up on the day that it was, due to a variety of situations. Within the confines of our contract with Republic, it's not considered a missed pickup until after 24 hours of no service, and that's when it technically becomes a missed pickup at that point. It could also be anything such as, the resident or the business scheduled a bulk item pickup. That pickup, due to a variety of reasons, didn't happen on the day that it was supposed to. It could also be, and this is a problem that we had in the past, where residents or businesses were requesting new or replacement trash carts due to damage, and it was taking a lot longer than it should have in order to get those items replaced. And so Republic actually changed their entire inventory management system to ensure that they always maintained a supply of those carts to be able to get those replaced relatively quickly.
Thank you.
I'm going to add to Councilmember Nguyen's question. What is the typical turnaround time for replacement of these trash bins?
Typically, Republic prefers to do the replacement within the next service day. So that means if you're requesting a new trash cart and your service day is on Tuesday, most likely the replacement will take place on Tuesday, since your old trash cart will already be out on the street.
Thank you.
Got a question?
Just suggestions. First, I'd like to, congratulate you on overcoming the crisis. It was a mini crisis, but I think your crisis management team handled it. And trash services is one of those services that if it's not regular, it's not picked up, there's any delays, people notice it right away. You get a lot of complaints. So, but if things are working as they are working, then nobody calls to compliment you. So you don't get compliments, you get complaints. But I'm here to compliment you that you overcame that. I think it's a mini crisis, and I see Republic as a very responsible contractor, and that's why we want to vote up your any of your renewal on a yearly basis or whatever comes in front of us. I've been very happy with your services, and it's like a B, B plus, B minus, but always there's always room for improvement. So don't take that as anything but constructive. Lastly, I did hear some regulations coming down from the state. It's related to the size of your trucks and or accidents in other areas, not necessarily in our city, but it might affect your requirements for developers who are trying to build into a turnaround, a hammer, this and that. And I'm only suggesting that put more of that information out so that developers get that long before they start planning and start putting plants into the city, and they find out there's some new regulations that's related to safety, and that's a state, comes down from states. There's nothing that you guys, have put an added condition on developers, but I've had a situation where developers had to back up and redesign because of these new requirements. So put that out early and work with the developers so that they don't feel like it's our services that's holding back their development. It's more of a state requirement. And I am big on safety, though. Other than the complaints, I watch the trucks go and pick up. I go out in front of my yard and I watch to see if our drivers are safe and maneuvering, properly. And so that's my only suggestion or reminder, is to get the information out early, especially for developers, and remind your drivers that safety is a big deal. Don't be in a rush. If you miss something, come back for it, this and that. But I'm big on safety. I don't want anybody to get hit with a truck or hurt in any way. So that's what I'm big on. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I might respond back to Councilmember Joe Tovin. We actually are working with Republic and also Public Works Engineering to come up with a set engineering standard. It just hasn't been approved yet at this point, but we do anticipate that within the next few months being made available.
Yes, thank you. I understand it's a process. I'm just encouraging it so we kind of let our people who are potentially putting in plans know that these are some of the new guidelines they're working with, and that would be most helpful. Thank you.
I think
What else?
I'm so sorry. I'm thinking to follow up on what Councilmember Dovin has mentioned, in terms of how this could potentially affect developers, this new legislation that's coming down. Would it retroactively affect any of the developments that might currently be undergoing the plan check process, if anyone might know that?
Since the last Cal Green revision, which I believe was in 2017 or 2018, all properties were required under Cal Green to be reconstructed or new construction to be built with organics, recycling, and regular trash disposal needs in mind. And that was in anticipation of the state passing and implementing SB 1383.
Thank you.
Any other comments from my colleagues? This is a receive and file. I appreciate Republic being here. Mark, thank you so much for keeping that liaison position going. It keeps the transparency and communication between us, the community, and Republic. So we're grateful for that, and thank you for this update tonight.
Absolutely.
All right. With that, any other matters from board members? All right. Seeing none, we will adjourn and head back to our city council. And that takes us to the consent calendar. This can be acted on simultaneously unless one of my colleagues would like to pull an item. I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Sorry, for the record, who was the first? Thank you. Thank you. Motion received, 7 yes votes.
That takes us to commission committee matters, item 17.
Item 17 is the acceptance of Commissioner Elizabeth Dang's resignation from the Downtown Commission.
That's it. Does anybody have a, take the
I'll
motion?
move it with regrets. He's moving on.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, that takes us into items for consideration. Number 18.
Item number 18 is the first reading and introduction of an ordinance adopting the 2025 California Building Standards Codes, with the ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove, amending Title 18 of the Garden Grove Municipal Code and adopting by reference the following primary codes: California Building Code 2025 edition, California Residential Code 2025 edition, California Electrical Code 2025 edition, California Mechanical Code 2025 edition, California Plumbing Code 2025 edition, California Energy Code 2025 edition, California Fire Code 2025 edition, with certain amendments, deletions, and additions thereto, California Existing Building Code 2025 edition, California Green Building Code California Green Building Standards Code 2025 edition, California Reference Standards Code 2025 edition, and certain secondary codes, including the International Property Maintenance Code 2024 edition, as published by the International Code Council, and the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code 2024 edition, as published by the International Code Council. And Community Development Director David Dent is here to provide the report.
Omar?
I'm sorry.
Pointing fingers.
Well,
I have the presentation as a
David,
report.
David has a presentation. The report is very simple. The state updates their building codes every 3 years, and the last update was adopted in July of 2025. They have a 6-month period for local agencies to adopt them. And they will become effective January 1st, 2026. And so this ordinance will bring our local building codes to the 2025 edition. And hopefully we'll have the second reading at your next meeting, and it will be effective, in time to meet the January 1st, 2026 timeline. There's new state law that prohibits us from adopting local amendments that would have the effect of limiting housing construction. And so for us, it really doesn't matter because we're not doing any changes to the local amendments that we already have adopted. And so all we're doing is adopting the 2025 edition from the 22 edition. All of the local amendments remain the same. There are new provisions in the state codes that are not going to be applicable to Garden Grove. For example, we are not in a high fire severity zone, and those cities that do have higher fire severity zones, they will be adopting what they call a wildland. What is it? Wildland?
Wildland
Interface code, which we will not be adopting because we don't have any of those zones in our city. So that's really what we're doing with this ordinance. The fire code updates, very minimal changes. There are changes to the internal references, but again, not many no substantive change from what we already have on the books, other than going from 2022 version to the 2025 version. And that's why you see it. And that one comes from OCFA. So we're adopting the version in the local amendments that OCFA has recommended for our city, and that's what's in this ordinance. And if you have any questions, I'll pass the buck to the Deputy Community Development Director, and I believe that OCFA representatives are here also to answer any questions about the fire code.
All right. Well, Honorable Mayor and council members, I did have a brief presentation to just give you an overall summary following up from Omar's presentation. So again, just to make an overview, we are required by the state to adopt these codes for the 2025 California Building Standards. And again, they will go into effect January 1st, 2026. And again, my goal as a building official and deputy director is to educate the staff with the new codes and implementations, as well as outreach to the city through the city website and our construction professionals. So just to give you guys an overview of the codes in the last 3 years and some of the things that have driven some of the changes in the codes. There's been quite a few, I would say, catastrophes and building incidents that have caused a higher level of focus on life safety. There was a fire in the Bronx that dealt with a space heater that malfunctioned and people were unable to get out of the corridors and the stairways. We all know of the Maui fires and the wildfire areas that were unprotected. In San Francisco, there's unpermitted residential fires that we're familiar with here in our community as well. And in Kansas, there's an apartment complex that was an explosion from a gas leak, which has us focusing more on the utilities of the new codes and the latest updates. And again, we all know the past decade, the ghost warehouse that was in San Francisco. Well, there was another one in Los Angeles where an Amazon package return facility didn't have sprinklers and multiple injuries and the structure collapsed. So with these over the last few years, it sparked a higher level of concentration on life safety codes, along with the modern wild urban interface. And again, OCFA has some amendments reflected on that. The state has also pushed towards electrification and solar readiness, stronger inspectors, testing laboratories, and the new implementation of new products and materials in the construction industry. And then we have preemptive limits on the local amendments, which Omar spoke of. So just to give you guys an overview, we're going to have this information on our websites to follow up as the new year turns over. But again, we have the wild land urban interface, which luckily for Garden Grove, we aren't in that district. We've avoided that. So a lot of the fire implementation and higher level fire separation and protection won't apply to Garden Grove residents. And again, with those fires in the bigger facilities, we're going with a higher level of emergency communication, and which is going to require a lot more communication throughout the building. We are updating our energy and sustainability, and with that, projects are going to be more prone to solar and electrical vehicle readiness. And with a higher energy standard, this will affect restaurants and operations that run 24 hours a day. And through the administrative updates, we're going to have states restructuring the certification for inspectors and then allowing more testing for materials and newer products on the market. OCFA also has their highlights. Most of those are dealing with radio and communication. We're also looking at strengthening or getting a little more clarity with sprinklers and newer construction. And then also with those warehouses, we're also focusing in on some high pile storage and safety around those uses. And just to get a little further into AB 306, this was a new state mandate which is affecting the residential code. So we're here updating the code for 2025, but the next code rendition of the residential will be pushed off until 2030. So again, this is to assist with residential construction, allowing it to be more economized in their construction without the codes affecting the cost of construction. And again, this is a statewide mandate, and our local jurisdictions are going to be adopting this measure to assist with construction and the cost. Along with that, I just want to also give an update on our fee schedule, which we adopted back in July. I'll say we're proud to say we brought in an additional almost close to $500,000 of new revenue based on the fee updates, which we can further develop our building and safety and our planning and community development. And then also I want to bank on. We're also reaching out to some of the other departments, which include Health Department and SCE, to assist with some of the economizing and streamlining of our permitting systems. So again, we're here to provide that information to the public. It'll be available on our website. And that concludes my update.
Thank you very much for the thorough report. Colleagues, questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Couple questions for Deputy Director. So what I'm hearing is OCFA is kind of the driving engine to implement some of these things, and then they are going to pass on the information to us. Is there any risk assessment, risk identification in our city where OCFA will say, okay?
Yes, we vet all the new amendments that OCFA brings to our jurisdiction. Most of those, again, are the wildfire and high severity fire zones.
Yes, that's what I'm
which
referring to.
We do not have any of those overlays in our city.
Excellent, excellent. So if there are any at risk, we would identify, notify the property owner, work with OCFA, bring it up to code.
Correct. The state fire marshal issued a new map that was released, I believe, about 3 months ago, and it showed that Garden Grove is not in that overlay zone.
Wonderful. That's good news. Lastly, the new SB, is it 306?
Correct, yes.
How is that going to play out as far as burdening? And it's going to be an added time, work on our department to try to bring everything up to code. Do you foresee any constraints that we can help to meet those extra or new needs?
Well, actually, it's the reverse. So the AB 306 is stalling or mandating that the code is not updated for another 5 years versus 3 years. So it allows the residential construction to maintain its level of, I would say, cost without the code driving up the cost of construction.
So it's somewhat of a relief
Correct.
for developers, and it may result in less work for our department?
Correct, because the residential industry in and of itself isn't a fast-moving, high-technology industry as the commercial side is.
Okay.
So they feel that it gives the new contractors, new design professionals time to get used to the codes and
So-
also allow the cost to be maintained through that process.
Yeah, so I feel like this is good news all around. There's really nothing for us to worry at the turn of the year, all of these new regulations, and it might cause some more burdens on us, and it seems like that's not the case.
Well, no, I mean, in the major updates, there's not many towards the residential side, they're more for the commercial.
Right.
And making them more energy efficient and life safety matters.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you so much for the quick report, because I have people look into this and they know it's going to be less requirement and people were excited about us. So having you to go quickly over this, appreciate it. But I also want to take the opportunity to say thank to you and the team for anytime I have any resident question that relate to code or planning, you were able to help right away on the spot and get the answer to the resident. Just over the last week, couple residents were really happy with your service. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate on this specifically, and I know it's been said, but this ordinance is an adoption of state laws to bring our local laws into compliance. There is no local changes influencing this, correct?
Correct, there's no
It's
local.
just simply to bring us to code.
Correct,
The
it's the state standard, yes, the minimum.
It is unfortunate sometimes when there's state mandates that you like or you don't like, especially when they're unfunded and you're, given all this stuff. But, generally, they're doing it for safety, they're doing it for environmental concerns, they're doing it for other reasons, and so they've got a reason for it. So
Correct, and that's why I brush on those incidents that take place, so they aren't just coming out of nowhere. They're usually driven by some circumstance that took place, that took life, and they alter the code to hopefully preserve that the next time.
And again, I want to thank you and your staff for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Colleagues, any other comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
That takes us on to matters. We have item number 19.
Hello, everyone, and thank you guys all for. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Is there
Item number 19.
Go ahead.
This
Thank you,
evening
Liz.
is discussion of an adoption of of a resolution promoting protection of due process and civil liberties for all, as requested by Councilmember Aristegui.
Hi, everyone. So before, we kind of move forward with the conversation, because there were some concerns that were brought forth by the audience as to, why this matter is even up here for discussion. So, Omar, am I allowed to bring up a resolution such as this as a matter of course and within my rights as a member of the City Council?
City Council did adopt policies and procedures for the preparation of the agenda, and procedure does authorize either council member to bring an item for discussion only, or if the majority of the City Council authorizes it by a vote, then it can come back as an action item or a business item. So this item is on the agenda for discussion only, not for action.
Thank you for clarifying that, Omar. Because again, this is about us being able to have a discussion and being able to engage in a dialogue. So I really want us to take the biggest of possible breaths and really, take a moment to really center ourselves in these conversations, because we had a lot of people come to speak to us in favor of this discussion, in opposition to discussion. But I want folks to know that we want this to be I want this to be a conversation that goes on in good faith, where we take into account the perspectives of my colleagues, and we've also taken just into account the perspective of so many residents that came and spoke to us. With that being said, let's really kind of get into what the parameters are. I presented with this discussion item a draft resolution, and it's a draft. Right. This is a starting point to launch a conversation as to what something and action could potentially look like. This time I wanted to provide some direction, some concrete actions that we could take. Last time when I brought forth a different resolution for potential discussion and potential agendizing, it was to reaffirm a resolution that was passed by a previous body. And this is with hopes of being able for us to provide tangible resources. The previous attempted resolution did not attempt to address any resources. This one is trying to provide some direction. And again, this is a starting point for conversation. And it's important for our residents to see us having this conversation, taking account their concerns, their input, whether you support this topic or whether you oppose this topic, right? It's important for you guys to see how we feel about this, what we think about this, because it's also our job to engage with the subject matter that is brought before us by our constituents. And, it's no surprise to a lot of the folks that know our city, that have lived here in their city. They understand the composition of our city. And in my district, District 6, the vast majority of my constituents are people of Hispanic descent, 61% of them. We were provided a graphic by one of the organizations that came and spoke today that showed us an incident map of the activity that's been happening in our city. And a lot of it has been literally happening just around the block from where I live in my neighborhood off of Garden Grove and Harbor. So this is literally a topic that's very close to home. And for myself, having been born and raised in this community, I've had the wonderful privilege of being able to grow up with so many folks here in Garden Grove and be a part of our community in so many ways. And that also means that folks have been coming up to me and telling me about their experiences, what they've seen. I've had conversations with business owners. Just this week, Stephanie joined me in a conversation with an impacted business owner where we heard their concerns and they let us know how they've been impacted. So, this isn't made up stuff that's kind of coming out of nowhere. Folks are approaching us with their anecdotes, with their experiences. And perhaps, you've been lucky and you haven't had a chance to see it yourself, or have been approached by someone who has been affected by this. I can't say that has been my experience, because folks have been coming to talk to me about it. And it's been residents, and it's been business owners, and it's people that come to Garden Grove to work and play. And this hasn't just been an issue that has been affecting the undocumented community. And I think we need to make that very clear. This is an issue that has now reached the point where it's been affecting our legal residents that have no criminal records, as well as our citizens. It pains me as someone that's been born and raised in this community to know that this is happening to my neighbors. To know that it could happen to me, that it could happen to anyone up here on this dais. So I want to be really honest with you. This isn't something that that I bring forward because I think it's somehow going to stop federal law enforcement from doing any enforcement activity here. We don't have the authority to tell them what to do or try to stop them or anything like that. They're going to do what they're going to want to do. This is about making sure that all of our residents, irregardless of whether you're an undocumented person or you're a person that has legal status or an American citizen, that you have access to information about what your constitutional rights are should you end up being in a situation where you're caught in the wrong place at the wrong time and you end up being detained for any reason or another. This is a preventative measure to try to make sure that as many of our residents are prepared and that they're aware of what their constitutional rights are. Again, we cannot stop law enforcement at the federal level from coming in and doing what it is that they do. We don't cooperate with them in any way. I mean, you heard the very scholarly and learned folks say that we have AB 54 in the state of California and its law, and we're bound to that. So I hope that we're going to be able to have a conversation here about what we actually tangibly can do and what is within our possibility. This isn't a conversation that involves just me. It's obviously I have questions that I want to make sure that I ask of staff, because these things are things that are proposed. They're not things that are unique to the city of Garden Grove. A lot of these provisions are things that have been enacted by other cities in our region that are major stakeholders in this issue as well. And Garden Grove is the third largest Hispanic community in all of Orange County. All of our other regional neighbors have taken some form of action to try to at least inform their residents of what their civil rights are, again, irregardless of what your legal status or background is, and their businesses as well, because this is a matter that does affect our business owners. To say that it hasn't, I mean, come on. Folks have been telling us about concerns about foot traffic, lowered revenues, concerns about fear in their employees. So if we're focused on economic development in our city and supporting our small businesses, what are we doing to make sure that they also understand what their rights are as employers, as employees, and how do we protect them from other potential liabilities when they're operating here in our city? These are all questions that I think we can ask, but the thing is, guys, we have to kind of at least have the curiosity to ask them. There is a lot of fear in a lot of different aspects, but I think we at least owe our residents the inquiry as to what it is that we can do that is not going to cost us tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. What can we do with discreetly within our budget, within our regular course of operations? We at least need to ask. So I hope that you guys will engage in this conversation in an effort to ask this, because again, this is a starting point. If this passed as this is, that would be amazing. But this is also your opportunity to make input, to suggest edits. And the reason that it needs to happen this way is because we're prohibited by law from having meetings like this without having all of you guys here involved, right? There's the Brown Act. I can't go and talk to Joe and Cindy and Stephanie and Philip and George and talk to all of them about this stuff independently. We need to have this conversation together. So this is our opportunity to engage with the concerns that have been expressed to us by our community and meaningfully, because I do believe that we have the capacity to at least figure out how can we answer the questions that are presented to us by our business owners, and how can we even let our business owners know that they can approach us with these questions. And that's the same with our residents, right? I mentioned printouts in the resolution.
We have printouts in our city hall that inform people about proposed county projects, that inform them about their water bill, that inform them about how they can get rebates on greenery. Do we have a printout that can tell them where they can go if they are facing a food insecurity? Again, this isn't even an issue that just affects folks that are documented or undocumented. It's something anyone in our community can use. So what are we doing to try and prepare our community as much as we can to keep them as informed as possible? So with that, I hope that you will all engage in this conversation again meaningfully. We'll try to move forward civilly. And again, this is a starting point, and this is about us having kindness, about having empathy, and about figuring out what it is that we can actually do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. Council members, I open it up to conversation. Sure, Councilmember Nguyen.
I can see this is a very sensitive issue because tonight there are so many of our residents are here to talk about this agenda 19. So I'm going to talk about it only today. I have read about the new revised resolution and recognize there are revised information that we could help the residents in this. It will provide the accessibility to the resort should be priority to the Garden Grove City Council. Keep in mind, this resolution does not provide any kind of protection for the resident from ICE or the federal official. I don't want the resident to get confused or misunderstand about this resolution that we can protect you. No. At the council, at city level, we have to follow the federal law, providing we like it or not. So we cannot protect you. But I like this revised resolution because it will provide the information that will be put on, I hope, put on the city website so all the residents can use as needed. All this information, I believe it will help, which we didn't have it before. As for those information listed in the Garden Grove website for the resident, I like that idea because I think it will help. But we cannot, do not misunderstand. We cannot protect you. So this resolution is just to help you. Therefore, I will myself would like to go on, discuss about this more with my colleague. I would vote yes on this revised resolution. Thank you.
Yes.
Just point of order for attorney. We did receive a lot of emails. I assume they're public record. May I read one without disclosing the office?
Yes, they're public record.
Thank you. I just want to read one of the letters that I found persuasive. I won't mention the author's name. To our City Council, I am very concerned about the tone of the item regarding the adopting of a resolution. This no doubt will bring a large crowd of angry people and likely not all residents of Garden Grove. I am concerned about my safety as well as others, which is why I will not attend in person. The tone makes a lot of demands, not only on our hardworking city staff, but on other entities in our city. It calls on budgetary spending in an already tight budget. That means something else will need to be dropped. Our city has many needs, and we keep pushing back the needs of keeping the city clean and safe. Putting these demands on the city is unrealistic and unsustainable. My family were immigrants. We worked, we saved, and we became proud citizens. Our city has low-income seniors and veterans. Where is the demand to assist them to the level that this resolution demands? And there's many, many more. As many as people spoke in favor of this resolution, I have received emailed letter opposed to it, which many of you don't get to hear tonight except the one letter I wrote, or I read. So the burden is on us to sort it all out, to have some deliberation as I called for early on, and to have civil discussion, which I thankfully, sincerely thank our Councilwoman Ariana Aristegui, and I believe Councilwoman Munitan also brought this resolution. I don't have a problem with it being brought forth for discussion. So, Attorney, I have already said that this is not an actionable item tonight. It's only brought for discussion. And I agree, because of the Brown Act, our council members can't just call each one of us and discuss it. So we have to discuss it here on the dais in a public forum for everyone to come and speak. This isn't about me. Don't make me the distraction. This is the issue that we have at hand, and every one of you who came and weighed in is much appreciated, just as well as there's people watching at home, people who've sent in letters and emails, and their voices has to have an impact also. We can't just discount them because they can't show up here out of fear of their safety, or they're a senior, or they're at work, and can't spend, into the late hours of the night. We've gone past 9, 10, 10:30. Not everybody can be here, but I appreciate everybody who are still here. I respect my councilman, Phil Nguyen, who has expressed his support, but I just want to, as a point of discussion, mention that we're not at liberty to pick and choose what we like on this resolution and what we oppose to. Because if we bring it back for a vote, we're going to vote it up as is, and I'm not ready to do that. Just like the Harmony resolution that's already on the book, I tabled it. I was to vote to table it. And that's only because I think we can bring forth a better resolution. And we have. I recognize this is a better resolution. It's not perfect. It's not going to make everybody happy. But I'm not satisfied that it's feasible. Just a few items, and I'll mention it. How much are we going to budget for it? This is not just a symbolic values kind of resolution. It is a commitment of our city resources. So we have to take that into consideration, weigh and balance it very seriously. We see the young leaders, you're still here. We see our residents, you're still here. We hear everybody, and we respect you. This is a forum that we all share. We're not here to be adversaries. We're here to find common ground and what we can do to help each other right here, just in this city. And Garden Grove is unique. Yeah, we can compare to other cities and other counties and what's going on in the state and then around the country, but we can only act locally. We're doing what we can. Nobody's above the law, nobody's above reproach either. I am not above the law, and I am not above reproach. And you've given me plenty of reproach, which is fine. I accept that. But at the end of the day, we're not here to find fault with each other. We're here to find solutions This resolution is offered as a kind of solution, but certainly not the only solution, is it? And I left the door open to bring in a revised resolution, and here it is. We're having this discussion, and we will have more discussion, and we're going to keep revising, and we're going to keep looking for solutions that we can all agree and at least get a majority vote on. But this is not the resolution that I will vote on tonight. Thank you.
Did you have? Yes, please.
If I may, excuse me if I crack, if my voice, I'm well, but not at my best tonight. But I am here because this matters to me. And I want to support this resolution as it will equip our residents with resources, free resources that are already available. This will not take any of our funding. This will not take any of our money resource from what we have already budgeted. It will just be resources, a pool of resources that people can access as a form of a tool in this time of uncertainty. I am strong on representing our community as a whole, and you'll always hear me say that. Diversity, when I agreed with my fellow council members on what our priorities were, that was my number one priority. Because from day one, when I started knocking on doors, when I started saying, this is why I want to be your representative, because I want to represent you with a whole heart, this is why I'm here today supporting this resource, because I take in consideration whether or not you are an immigrant, a refugee, a citizen. You are part of our community. You are part of Garden Grove, and that has always been the jewel of our city. So thank you so much, Ariana, for allowing us to have this discussion, and thank you as well. Joe, I would like to know what your input is and what alternations and what language you would like to craft, and this goes for all of us. This goes for all of us. Madam Mayor, I would love to know what it is, what will it take for you to have a support this resolution. Because at the end of the day, we are serving our community. We are serving our families. And we need to stand in solidarity with our school district, with our nonprofits that are already working hard every single day to provide these resources. The least we can do is show our solidarity to our constituents, to our city, by providing them with the tools that they need to be successful in these uncertain times. So please, please, I encourage you to make those alternations just now, and I know we can pull it together. I know this is something that's going to be beneficial for our constituents as a whole, and it's going to show our genuine care. I'm sure, and you know what, if it takes my time to help create that resource online, I'll do it, by all means, because I genuinely care. So by all means, if we need someone to help with those online resources, I'm all in it. And I won't cost nothing. These are free resources that our constituents deserve to know about, and just to have free accessibility online, that's all we're asking for. So please, I want to know what your alternations, what are the things you don't agree on, or what are the things you want to reward, so that this can also be part of your resolution. And I vote yes on this resolution.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to respond directly. I don't want to take up too much time of the rest of the council, but we are here to discuss a very important resolution. And if everybody have it in front of you, Go through it with me, or whoever on this dais have it. You asked me what I would keep and what I would pass. The first whereas I would keep. Whereas the city of Garden Grove is home to a diversity of people in different races, cultures, backgrounds, origins, and religions. And the second whereas I would not keep. The third whereas, the city of Garden Grove is dedicated to upholding the rights of all its residents, including the right to equal treatment under the law, the right to due process, and the right to liberty. I would keep. I've said as such publicly, and it's printed in the papers. The fourth whereas, I would delete. The fifth whereas, I would delete. The sixth whereas, I would delete. It's duplicative and unnecessary. This is my opinion. You asked me for my opinion as a matter of discussion. The next whereas, local economies are negatively impacted by widespread immigration enforcement activity, especially broad workplace raids, due to resulting labor shortages and decreases in business patronage. I would keep. The next whereas, the City Council acknowledges that while the federal government has primarily jurisdiction over enforcement of immigration law, I would delete. That's duplicative and unnecessary. Those laws are on the book. The next whereas, the Garden Grove Police Department does not conduct immigration enforcement in accordance with state and federal law, I would delete. That's mute because it's already in AB or SB 54, the California Values Act. The next whereas, the courts have ruled that the federal government cannot deny funding to nearly 3 dozen, I would delete. That's argumentative. It calls for a legal conclusion, and we are not constitutional scholars, and I am not here to debate the laws on the book, whether it will stand or whether it was subject to change, as some has come and expressed an opinion that they know what will happen next with the law. Anybody who knows that should be on the Supreme Court. The next whereas on the second page, whereas the City Council acknowledges the uncertainty, anxiety, and fear expressed by many residents due to increased immigration enforcement activity across Orange County, including in Garden Grove, I would keep. That's specific to our Garden Grove and speaks to the fears and anxiety of our residents. The next whereas, and the last one, I would delete. It's duplicative. That resolution's already on the books. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Garden Grove does resolve as follows. Number 1, that the City Council reaffirms its commitment to upholding community safety and denounces discriminatory rhetoric and practices against any person, group, or community, especially that which contributes to or incites violence against residents. I would keep. I would vote for that. I put out a press release to that effect. I am against hate crime. If there's any in Garden Grove, the perpetrators need to be prosecuted, including malign foreign influences, which will be reported to the federal government, FBI, DOJ, in Orange County, Okayak, and other authorities. The second resolve, that the city staff is hereby directed to identify services, programs, and partnerships to inform and aid Garden Grove's immigrant and refugee residents, and to maintain a page on the city's website and links to local immigration resources, including resources offering emergency and crisis support, legal services, workplace and employer guidance, support with contacting federal agencies, know your rights, and legal education and school-related support. I would keep, under the caveat that Councilwoman Muniton says this will not cost us anything. I think I heard that right from her. And if that promise is kept, what's the problem? There is no budgetary constraints to be considered. These are existing resources that we can direct staff to identify it and make it available on the website. That's not too much to ask. Number 3, the city staff is hereby further directed to prepare package containing information and preparedness resources for any emergency, including information relevant to those impacted by immigration enforcement activity, to be made available to community members and community organizations assisting those in need. I would delete the word packet, period. It's confusing, but I would keep the rest of it, and I would see what the neighboring cities are doing. If what they're doing seems to work, let's copy them. Nothing wrong with copying the next city over. If their program helps their residents, maybe we should do something like that. If it's not at any extra cost to us. Number 4, that the City Council calls upon all community organizations, faith-based organizations, and businesses in Garden Grove to collaborate to contribute time and resources to assist residents impacted by recent immigrant enforcement activities. I would delete. That's not for the city to do. That's for the nonprofits and all the organizations who showed up with their representatives. That's for you to do. We're not here to do everything for you, are we? No. Don't expect government to solve all your problems. It ain't happening. A lot of it's going to be through the private sectors, the churches, and we ain't going to lecture to them. Take out number 4. Number 5, that the city commits to working collaboratively with the community organizations to engage in intergovernmental discussions to identify opportunities to better support residents impacted by ongoing immigration enforcement activity. Delete. Same reason as above in number 4. Number 6, that the City Council affirms Garden Grove's commitment to public safety for all residents and calls upon all law enforcement agency operating within the city to respect the civil liberties and rights of every individual. Keep it. Number 6 is great. It's in line with the whereas that I mentioned we should keep. Number 7, that the City Council reminds the community that the city has no legal authority to conduct immigration enforcement. Delete. Those are laws on the book. That's for the state government and the federal government to duke it out in court. It's not our job to go sue anybody or to defend ourselves against lawsuits, including defending ourselves against federal action, including prosecution and or cutting of our funds. So take out number 7. Number 8, that if any section, subsection, clause, or phrase in the resolution or the application thereof to any person or circumstances is for any reason held invalid, the validity of the remainder of this resolution or the application of such provision to other persons or circumstances shall not be affected thereby, and the council hereby declares it would have passed this resolution and each section, subsection, clause, or phrase thereof, irrespective of the fact that one or more sections, subsection, clauses, or phrases, or the application thereof to any person or circumstance to be held invalid. I don't think any of us understood what that is. I leave that last part to the city attorney. If he thinks that's necessary to protect whatever action we take on this dais, we'll leave that to the city attorney to rewrite that in plain language, as Councilman George Brightingham have suggested over the years, plain English, so everybody can understand. I'm only getting behind him on that, and that's on the city attorney. I would agree to that based on the language that the city attorney can justify to protect us on this resolution if we do indeed pass it. And those are my part of the discussion. You're free to agree or disagree. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your input, Joe, and I really appreciate that you shared your insight with us. I know that you have practiced law for a long time, so you have a keen eye for these kinds of things as well. Thank you so much for your input. That last clause is kind of like a severability clause, but if it would be easier to explain that in plain language, Omar, feel free to go in. Omar, I kind of have a procedural question, right? Because we're bringing this up for discussion, and I volunteered this as this draft as such. But say we want to bring this forward for future consideration with some of the edits that Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Dovin and some of my other colleagues bring up. Would we be able to kind of like amend it on the spot and then agree to agendize it with those amendments in mind?
Yeah, that's the intent of the council regulation. That's
Perfect.
why it's here for discussion but no action, so that you can fully discuss it, you can agree to the terms, and then if the majority agrees, it comes back as an action item, and if everyone already agreed to the language, it would really be on a consent item.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for clarifying that, Omar. So with that, I would love to hear from George, Cindy, and of course, I would love to hear from you as well, Stephanie.
That's actually interesting the way Joe did this here going down. I find way more problems with a lot of these whereases than Council Member Joe did. I see largely some misquotes, mistruths, twisting of facts, this kind of stuff. But there are some things that are good and some things that are less good. The last item obviously concerns me and again, there's an old legal concept referred to as the fruit of the poisonous tree. And if you do something illegal and you freaking become Jesus Christ afterwards, you're still accountable for your actions. Okay, no matter what you did, and if you did something bad here, it's gonna destroy down the line what the good you're doing. I do get there's fear in the community. That's without a doubt. But, it's self-imposed fear. It's fear that we can't control. We have and it's brought about by their knowledge that they did something illegal. Okay? They came here illegally, plain and simple. That fear is reasonable on their half to have. It's reasonable to think, but we also have to look at the legal ramifications for us. And this last one, 8, it knows this is illegal. This whole resolution on its face is illegal. So what we did, and I'll tell you, as a state, this is a state issue, first of all, not a council problem. This is a state issue, and the state should be addressing this. The state caused this entire problem that we're having here today. Okay, the state is responsible, not the federal government, the state. They created sanctuary state laws. The sanctuary state laws have made it so ICE has to go out in the community and chase people down. And it looks terrible. It scares people. It scares kids. But this is what the state created because they can no longer work with local law enforcement. We had a gentleman here tonight saying the most reasonable thing in the world. He said, look, we should at least ask within 24 hours, where did these people go? Who arrested them? That information is available. It's available, but because of sanctuary state laws, our local police can't access those databases. The sanctuary state laws have created a problem where and a lot of the people don't realize ICE, they're going after targeted criminal aliens. ICE, listen, let me finish. ICE is going after that's their main focus. The rapists, the murderers, the robbers, okay? That's what ICE is looking for. Border Patrol is the one who comes through and does the random grabs that everybody's talking about, okay? There's a clear difference here. And when you're saying get ICE out, you don't realize what you're saying most of the time because it's not ICE doing that. It's Border Patrol doing that. They're two separate entities for the most part, the very most part, okay? So yeah, the state has created this problem. We recently had, last week, our governor exacerbated the problem even more by saying he's going to have local officials try to arrest ICE officers and Border Patrol officers. The DOJ sent Newsom a letter, and it went to Newsom and every city in California. And it basically, and I'm just gonna get to what it's saying. So they're talking specifically about the arresting of ICE officers, but they're also talking about all the other things circumventing federal law. Okay? That means aiding and abetting. If you spend 1 nickel on this website, 1 minute of staff time on this website, you are technically aiding and abetting criminal behavior and criminals, because they are going after illegal activity. And this is what it says. And this was written last week to Newsom, and every city got a copy of it. The Department of Justice will investigate and prosecute any state or local official who violates these federal statutes or directs or conspires with others to violate them. Accordingly, you are hereby directed to preserve all written, electronic communications and records related to any attempts or efforts to impede, obstruct federal law enforcement. It's pretty simple. So we know this is illegal on its face by directing staff. If staff takes 1 minute at a time looking at this and preparing it, and quite frankly, it's already on Google. We had 3 people here Google it today. What are we really accomplishing? And I have no doubt this is coming from a good place. For both Yesenia and Ariana Arce, you guys, I know it's in your heart. I know this. Okay? I know you're not just pulling stuff out of your, I get it. But at the same time, we got to be wise here. We're opening ourselves up for a lot of issues. I don't want to go to prison. Okay? I'm sorry, but I don't. I'm an old man. I'm an old man. All right? I won't do well there. And I don't like their burritos. So, we got to be serious here. What are we doing here? All the information attested to by 3 of the folks that were speaking, they Googled it, all that information is already there. So we're going to warrant staff time, wasting more time to put it in another location. If you have access to our city website, you have access to Google. So, I mean, it's silly. It really is. All these whereases, yeah, I agree with Joe. The first one, we're good. The rest of them, I'm like, okay, come on. I mean, this is, it's just outright nonsense, most of it. Most of it's a stretching of facts or twisting of facts or just outright lies, So, I get that this was written by Viet Rise. I've been
Whoa there.
And I get that they've set the same exact resolution to other cities, and they're looking at the same exact wording, the same exact as we are tonight. And again, with that being said, I just can't get behind this in any kind of way. Does that mean I'm anti-immigrant? No. I am the most pro-immigrant person on this dais. And I mean that with all sincerity. I am a most adamant anti-illegal immigrant. And that is a fact. And I believe in the rule of law, and I think the vast majority of Hispanic citizens in this city agree in the rule of law, as was attested to by the majority of Hispanics up here talking today. I just think, we had one guy come in and say 40% of Vietnamese in Garden Grove are illegal. I totally disagree with that. The Vietnamese people are some of the most responsible folks that I know, and I know that they're going to go through. Some of these folks have been here 20, 30 years, and they haven't even done anything to go through the process and put their hand up and swear allegiance. Nothing. I'm sorry, but I don't have any sympathy for that kind of behavior. I think it falls on deaf ears. You don't like watching them get tackled? I don't either. Nobody does. Nobody likes watching them. But you know what? If you don't run, you don't get tackled. If you comply with law enforcement and you comply with the law, guess what? You don't get tackled. They just turn you around and put your hands behind your back. So with that being said, I can't get behind this at all. I'm adamantly opposed to it. I think ICE is doing the best they can, given the circumstances that the state has put on them. We've had 4 years of unchecked immigration, millions and millions flood into this country. And now ICE has got to deal with this problem. And on top of it, they got to deal with it with these activists and people talking nonsense. Oh, they were kidnapped. No, they were arrested. They weren't kidnapped. They were arrested. Oh, well, they're detaining American citizens. Well, you know who else does that? The police and the FBI and every other. Detention is a part of all law enforcement. You get detained, they investigate. If you're not guilty, they let you go. If you're guilty, you're going. If they have enough evidence, they're going to take you to jail, right? That's the way it works. American citizens do get detained every day in this country. And it's been that way since the founding fathers created this country. So, you know, due process, it's another silly thing, a legal term specific to criminal law. All these proceedings are civil in nature. So they're twisting things again. Oh, due process. We have due process in this country, in all criminal applications. And we always will. So I get it. I feel bad for a lot of these people and a lot of them in these circumstances they're in. Some of them, you know, maybe didn't have a whole lot of influence in the decision to come here. And I get that. But at some point, you got to do the right thing. You don't have, you know where you wouldn't have any fear? You don't have any fear if you call the immigration line, if you're here illegally, or go on the app and push the button and take the free flight home and $1,000 that they'll give you. Then you'll have no fear. The fear is gone. You're doing it the right way, like most people have done, most immigrants have done, the right, legal, ethical way. You put your hand up, you swear allegiance to this country.
Are you done?
Thoughts?
Okay, well, I appreciate you saying that with your whole chest, which means, you know, you stood by your beliefs, and I do earnestly and genuinely think that George is trying to express not only his beliefs, but the beliefs of his constituents, so that's his job. Sadly, this is not a back and forth with the audience. We cannot engage with you guys in that way.
Ariana, let me direct the council meeting, please. Just stick to your comments back to George. Thank you.
But I would like to address that, you know, the language in this resolution. It's, again, I said it's not unique to the city of Garden Grove because a lot of this is inspired by language that's already passed in our neighboring cities in the region, right? It's directly influenced by that. This isn't a, you know, weird thing. It's like, it's not just happening in Garden Grove. It's in Santa Ana. It's in Anaheim. That last clause you have questions about, it's in Costa Mesa and Fullerton. You know, other cities have, you know, kind of beaten us to the punch with regards to responding to this issue. So there's, again, nothing kind of weird or out of the ordinary in terms of the stuff that's on these few pages. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives with us, George.
Let me ask a question. Other cities are doing this. To me personally, we're Garden Grove. And I think we have the option and the opportunity to be set apart and be unique from other cities. We don't have to do what everyone else is doing. Is any of the resolutions that have come from other cities, what has been adopted, what has been created, money set aside, is it moving the needle? Is it stopping ICE enforcement in those communities? Or is it perhaps putting a greater target, perhaps risking a deeper level involvement from the federal government? Is it perhaps putting federal dollars at risk that are already doing great work for people that need it in this community right now and in other communities? I don't see the needle being moved one way or the other so significantly in these other communities to make me say, yes, this is our only option that we have as a paper resolution saying that we have to support. I don't see that. I think it is a very slippery slope. and slightly dangerous to direct staff in this manner. That's technically not our job. The city manager directs staff. We can provide ideas and things that we would like to see, but I think it puts staff in a very precarious position. And I think some of the paragraphs that I have issue with the most are those that are directing staff. We had a resolution on a previous agenda. That resolution was tabled. I don't know if we can come to consensus at 11 o'clock at night. And I don't know that trying to put together a services package that is quite intense and that I would have to literally pick apart and piece by piece better understand what this means, by who, by whom, where are these people coming from, why would we represent them in our city on our website. That will take staff time, that will take staff dollars, and that will take staff attention away from other vital services in our community. We have an issue with code enforcement in this community. We have an issue with coyotes. We have some issues with homelessness. Everyday nuts and bolts problems. What department, what area are we taking from to now focus on this? Each one of us has the opportunity as individual council people and myself as mayor to help this community. Roll up our sleeves, provide resources, attend food pantry giveaways. I've been there. I've donated food. Call in businesses, talk to them about their needs. What are their fears? What are their concerns? How can we help? Is it direct services like this? Is it bringing economic development support and help to your small business? Each of us have the tools to do this individually. It doesn't mean it has to come together in a resolution piece of paper that I don't think is moving the needle one way or the other. I am more than happy to help. And this community is strong. This community loves deeply. And I think it's a potential damaging narrative when all of that's being called into question. This community was built on neighborly love. This community is built on diversity, and I respect that and acknowledge that completely. But I also want to be very mindful of the dangerous game we could be playing as a city when we start investing personal resources and personal time into an issue that could take away our federal funding that we have built and curated over time that is helping residents each and every day. Residents said, I don't want to have to look somebody in the face and say, your rental assistance has been taken from you. I don't want to have to do that. But I am more than willing to roll up my sleeves and help. I don't want our community in fear. I don't want any child to be without a meal. These are serious issues, and I take them to heart. And I've listened to all of you. I've had meetings with people. We've discussed this. I don't know we get to where we need to be by a resolution. I don't know that we get to where we need to be by going along with what other cities are doing. We are Garden Grove. Let's do it our way. And I don't necessarily know what that way is yet, and I appreciate the dialogue from my council colleagues. But I don't know that we're going to get there tonight with the resolution that we have before us. Cindy?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you to all the council members here and also the mayor. Mayor, you say a lot of things that resonate with me. While you're speaking, I'm just wondering, what's the purpose for this resolution? Was it because we want to have a location for people just to get information? So make me wonder, when you have a question, do you go to Google and you search for it, or do you go to the city site, right? Because a lot of time people will just go to Google, put in the information or whatever the search engine that they have, they will get what they need. Do they go to Garden Grove City and look for the information? I'm just curious for anyone here, right? So this is just while you're speaking, I just thought of that. And I already looked to it, and a couple of the things that I do not agree with, I already talked to a couple of the nonprofit group down here that I love the city. I care for the people around me, everybody. Regardless of the background, the ethnic or religious. I just want to focus on what are we trying to do here. If we just try to disseminate the information. How do we do that? Do we have to have the resolution? Do we have to ask our staff to do that? You already volunteer to provide information. So we do have our, different area, Facebook, website that we could send information. We have a lot of different nonprofit groups here that their mission is to do things like that. So what is it that we're trying to accomplish? And by doing this, will we accomplish that? Or will it just be another thing that the resolution, just another piece of paper that we just put there? So I agree with Mayor that I do not know that if we have the time to go word by word and try to agree. I'm open to, if we want to talk about that, we could talk about that, but not the way it is right now. I would not support it as a yes, no.
Thank you so much for your input, Cindy. Would we be able to make a motion to bring this back for the agenda with Councilmember Dovin's amendments? Is that something that I can procedurally ask our mayor to entertain?
Yes, you can make any motion, and if you get a second, then the council can vote on it.
Okay.
I would like to move to bring back for a vote the draft resolution with the amendments as proposed by Councilmember Dovin for us to vote at an upcoming date.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for.
Second, I'd like to make an alternative motion that we close the hearing on this and end it, basically. Vote it down.
No, I don't. I would like to vote for.
I know,
what
I'm making
we
my
had
second
agreed.
motion now. It's 11 o'clock. What's the term? Secondary. Substitute.
So we have an original motion and a second to go with a now newly revised format of this resolution. We have a substitute motion by George to
kill
just
it.
move this, off the, it's, I guess, not tabling it indefinitely, you don't want to vote for it.
Right.
Do you want to just kill it?
So there's no second to mine, so I guess we're not going to.
I think what I mentioned earlier in a way that, what are you trying to do? You just want
if I may, Cindy, go ahead. Well, I did hear your question. So first, for me, this is a model. This is a model that represents our community. This is us acknowledging our diversity. As for me, this is my symbolism of empathy to my community that is very diverse. These are families. I'm not talking about an individual immigrant or refugee. I'm not talking about that individual person. In solidarity of families that have grown over 30 years, including myself, okay, that we want to provide resources, okay? Not everybody has access to those resources. Now we would be opening that opportunity for those resources to be on our website, okay? In solidarity with our diverse community. My generation comes from. Ariana's generation comes from. That is what I want. That's my purpose. I want to provide these resources, which are free. They don't have to redo the website every year. They don't have to redo the website every month. Once it's done and set, and by all means, I'll be part of that process if they need to not pay anybody to do it. This is all we're asking for.
Already on
To
Google.
have that perspective
Well,
for our community. That is my purpose. Go on.
And I just want to make sure I clarify to the concerns of George, Cindy, and Stephanie. We know we cannot stop ICE, and I think regionally our other partners know that we can't do that. That's not within our legal jurisdiction or anything. This is about making sure we are giving our residents, all of our residents, the tools that they need to understand what their civil rights are. This is for our legal residents, for our citizens. This is about educating and informing people. And there is a lot of things that we can do individually, but can we do it at the scale and with the with our residents specifically. Those are things that we need to bear into consideration.
I think, and hear me out, I think our city website provides resources and is a good opportunity for outreach education to the community. But I think the everyday person maybe isn't going there first. And so that's why I call into question the need for resources being on our landing page when I think people are predominantly going to social media or are going to just Google search something. Everybody has the internet. So that's I think where and there's so many resources out there and available. The school district is a perfect example of someone that has organized that well, and that is available to everyone. And I believe that they have spent time truly vetting those resources and putting together something very collaboratively. And I think that's something for us to look at, maybe how we can support the district and the efforts that they're doing. Again, I don't know that it needs to be on our city page, and I don't know that we need to be at the forefront of that particularly. I think there are plenty of ways that we can get this information out to the community and support the community as a whole. And some of that's just rolling up our sleeves and getting out there and helping, which has already been happening for quite some time now. But the paragraphs about creating all of these pages and all of these services, I don't know enough about some of these services, the vetting of who they are, what they are, where are we sending people to. We have to be very careful as a city to make sure that the information we're putting up there is appropriate, is vetted, that we have an understanding of the organizations and the groups that we're supporting, that we're acting people to go to. That puts a lot of extra pressure on us as a city, on staff, that we could be held liable in the end if this turns out to be a bogus link or a bogus organization or whatever the case may be. I don't think we can just haphazardly pass this. The amount of work that has to happen to get something like this together, I don't think it's as easy as it seems. And I don't think it's as easy as trying to fix this tonight. I think we're all aware that there's work to do, there's more conversations that need to be had, there's help that's needed in the community. I don't think any of us are saying that that's not the case. But I have some real concerns, and a lot of it is tied back to what we would be directing staff to do. Ma'am, I'm very sorry, but this is our time for communication. You had yours during oral. This is our time now. We have no back and forth. I apologize.
Well, Stephanie, I appreciate that perspective, but again, as I motioned for, this is for us to bring this back for a vote, and at that time, if that is still your opinion, you can surely cast your vote that way. But, I moved to have this move forward with the amended suggestions as provided by Mayor Pro Tem Dovin. So I think if we can go on with that vote and, get everyone home.
I would like
May
to
I
add
quick-
one.
Yeah.
Just
George to Cindy and then to.
I get this whole application. I do think it's a slippery slope. If we're putting how to get food and get around, different things to people who are here illegally, you are technically aiding and abetting, all right, in that process. And if we're going down that road, that Trump, if you don't think the Trump administration is going to come down on you, you're full of yourself, because they will, okay? You are looking at fines in prison, quite simple, and it's federal time, not state time, okay? You're not gonna be in a, get good behavior, and you're going away for a long time. This is not an easy decision to just say, oh, we're gonna dedicate city resources, public funds, to that, okay? No matter how good your intentions are, you're still looking at ramifications, okay? And okay, you think Trump is just messing around? You think his DOJ's messing around? I think it's gonna go much longer than that. I mean, we're looking probably at least 11, 12 years, because after Trump, let's face it, what's going on in this country? No one's gonna vote for another Democrat president for the next 20 years, all right? It's not going to change. So it goes back to what is the purpose? What is the point when it's all here on Google already? Why are we exposing ourselves? It's easy for people to come in from organizations and say, we want you to risk going to prison. We want you to risk it because we're going to sit here and call you names if you don't. That's easy for them. That's easy for Vietnam rights. That's easy for CARE. That's easy for Harbor. That's easy for them to do because they don't have any risk in it.
Can we move forward with the vote?
We had a couple other comments. Go ahead, Cindy.
Well, I mean, it just go back to the same thing that I asked before. What are you trying to accomplish? Just information, and that is something that I ask anyone here. If you need some information, do you go to the city site or do you go on the Google on look for the information? So I also, when we talk about this, I know.
You guys can't be asking back and forth.
I know.
It's
No,
rhetorical.
no,
We can't
yeah.
have it back. There's
So-
Robert's Rules of Orders. I have to follow.
Well, don't ask a rhetorical
So what I'm trying to, another thing I want to say that every single council member here, we are here because we want to serve all the residents, in, the people, the population, the people in your district, the people in the city. So we're not, when we speak for the vote, not because we, nothing about we don't care. We care, that's why we're sitting here. So I don't want people to think that, oh, we vote because, in a way that negative thing. It's typical, we try to find the best solution. What can we do to make this happen in a way that everybody feel comfortable with that? And it include everyone else. So I do not know that if we could solve the problem right now, but I don't even know if you bring back, we have to go with that, or is that something that's gonna be revised?
City Council can still revise it. I mean, if it comes back, there will be another vote on it.
As elected official, my responsibility is to take care of my resident concern. So this is their concern. And I don't care where they look. But I think as a city Garden Grove, a loving city Garden Grove, we want the, I would say, one of the best city that take care of our residents. So it didn't matter where they look. I don't care where they're going to look, but I really, really want to have information to help them on our own city website. That's all. And by doing that, let's work on it. Work on Vince revise. Do something to help the people. I'm not here for re-election. I just want to make sure that I got elected to serve the people, so that's what it is. Thank you.
We have one more comment, and then
Just very
we'll get to the vote.
quickly, We have a substitution motion. If somebody wants to second it, we'll vote on it. If not, we're gonna vote on Ariana's motion. I am not for killing it tonight. This is a discussion. It's not actionable. Just bringing it back for a vote. With one caveat, and I will ask City Attorney Omar Sandoval to see if there's anything in this resolution as I have amended it, which they agreed to bring back amended. If there's anything in it that risks of federal enforcement action, I don't see that. And I will depart from my other colleagues on this because there's nothing here that mentions we're aiding and abetting illegals. Now that's not my, it is a very serious concern, and I know that it's a risk. So I'm not gonna answer that question, and I'm not gonna vote on this resolution next time if the risk stands and I feel that the risk is too much. I'll vote against it, but I do wanna bring it back for a vote.
I want to bring it back.
I would rather second George's motion. I think we need to start over. I think this is getting way too convoluted again. We just keep going down this path where, in my opinion, we're getting further and further away from resolution. So we have a motion and a second. We're gonna call for that vote, and if it dies, then we'll move on to the second.
My screen's dead. I can't vote electronically.
We'll do a roll call.
Who are we voting for?
My motion
To not
first
move
and
this
then-
forward.
yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Muñozon?
This is confusing. Would be to not
Yeah.
move
No.
this
A double
particular version
negative.
forward. No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dovin?
Abstain.
Councilmember Tran?
Yes.
Mayor Klopfenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Aristegui?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Brightingham?
Yes.
This time we have 3 yes votes, 3 no votes, and 1 abstention.
So it dies. Basically, it's a tie vote. And a tie vote is basically a no vote. You don't have a majority on the motion.
Okay. So at this point, we're back to square one again.
Yeah, you're back to what's on the table, which is the original motion to bring back the resolution with Mayor Pro
Those
Tem's
revisions.
revisions for action.
Caveat that the attorney will revise number 8.
Does there need to be a substitute motion for that, for the addition of the caveat?
No, so that was
And we're
already
gonna work
part,
on it.
that was already part of his
Okay, perfect,
comments.
thank you.
That's correct.
We all gonna work on it.
I would still have to have a carve out of some of this direction from city staff and so forth, so.
And I would also add that other council members free to add or their
Exactly.
ideas of how they want to edit it. It's not just my version. It's other council.
We're gonna work on it.
Yeah, that's why I was asking that earlier.
Oh, no, I hit the X.
All right, so there's a motion and a second for that, so we'll call for the vote on.
Oh, just kick it around.
You good, Rod?
Okay. Councilmember Brightingham?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilmember Tran?
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. So this one means that we could revise it still, right? After we say yes here.
Yeah, just like any other item that comes for action, you can ask for the matters to be revised before the motion. The motion that, so the resolution will be back on the agenda with the revisions, and at that point, you can make a motion to approve it
Okay.
with additional revisions.
Yes.
Councilmember Muñozon?
Yes.
Councilmember Aristegui?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dovin?
Yes.
Mayor Klopfenstein?
I'm going to abstain at this time.
This time we have 5 yes votes, 1 no vote, Councilmember Brightingham, and 1 abstention, Mayor Klopfenstein. This motion carries.
Right, very good. All right, thank you, everybody, for a lively discussion. We're going to take a 5-minute, and then we'll be back. you. And we still have matters to go through. If the council permit me, I'd like to start this evening. I know there's been some conversations that I've been privy to, and maybe others of us have as well. And it begs the question I just want to ask of Omar, if I can. Can you just verify for me, and for the benefit of the public, and share sort of what our standards and practices are and what the code says about hiring and firing of staff, central management, and PD and others?
So the city is city manager form of government, which means that the city council simply adopts policies and procedures, regulations, and then the city manager gets to enforce them, basically put them into practice. In that form of government, the city manager has control over all the employees, and the city council does not have any say in the hiring and firing of any employees other than the city manager and also the city attorney. So we're the only two positions that the city council has control over with respects to hiring and firing. All of the other employees are under the direction of the city manager. City manager hires and fires them. That includes all department heads and includes all of the other employees under the department heads.
Okay, understood. Well, I think anytime there's conversation in the community, especially about our chief of police, I think it's important for me as mayor to make a distinction that I certainly support him, his service of distinction, the way that he supports this community and leads his department is exemplary. And I certainly stand behind him and support him. We're building a new police facility because our community believes in law enforcement and the rule of law, and we appreciate what Garden Grove Police Department means to our city. And so if I can, I'd like to bring forth a resolution that would come back at the next city council meeting to that end, supporting our chief of police as well as our Garden Grove Police Department for their fine work and effort in our community, the way that they interface and interact with our residents, building what I believe to be trust within the community. They work tirelessly for us, and being a police officer today is not an easy task. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. I honestly couldn't say enough, good things about them. It's not easy being a police officer today, and now they're having to work on such intricate and finite issues, homeless being one of them, of many. So I certainly, as mayor, again, want to reiterate my support of our chief and of our PD, and I appreciate the second and would hope that I could have the support of my colleagues on this.
I also support it. I also support it. I admire the work that our police department is doing in our community, and I hold it near to my heart to see and to witness with my own two eyes the work and the effort in reaching out to the community and being part of a community that loves what they do and serves with such passion. I've had the honor to do a ride along with a police officer who showed that genuine care for our community, and I know the rest of the police department, along with Chief, have that same Garden Grove motto that they follow, and I definitely support. Thank you.
Yeah, echo that sentiment and everything that Councilwoman Guintón said. As a lifelong resident, I've seen so many generations and iterations of wonderful leaders here in our police department, and I think our chief is honestly a cut above the rest when you look at so many of our department. Not to put down any of the other departments in the region, but I am very much biased in that our chief and our department are exceptional. They rise to meet the moment, and they face really difficult tasks, but they hold themselves to high standards. We hold them to high standards, and that's why our community trusts them. Thank you, Mayor.
Similar comment. So my colleague already said that. I just want to add one more thing is that when I have any interaction with other policemen, they always say very highly and nicely about our chief. So that's I just want to let people know about that, because I have a lot of interaction with different policemen, and of course the police chief were not there, and even the person that retired, they always say great thing about our police chief, and because of his leadership, you see a lot of things have been done, or things that just make us proud about our policemen. Thank you.
I myself also very much support our Garden Grove Police Department, especially our chief of police, because during all the interaction with our resident, I got a lot of support from the police. And I myself have a very good experience. I called 911 a couple of times, and there you go, it's done. They come, they help, they take care of it. So I'm strongly support the police, our police.
Yeah, coming from a perspective of seeing what other agencies do and what is performed on a daily basis, I'd put Garden Grove PD against any PD in the nation.
Exactly.
Their training, they've got some of the best officers, and quite frankly, the leadership is beyond reproach. The chief of police, and I've known our chief for longer than all of us probably, he's got integrity, he's got charisma, he's got a leadership style, he got that little swagger when he comes in, and we love him. He's a great chief, and our city really got lucky when we got him as chief. So I'd support him.
I guess it's my turn then, isn't it? Well, Joe Dovin finds himself in the hot seat again. Let me look under the table here if there's a plug that I can unplug. They're talking about me and mistranslations of what I've said, put out in the public sphere on TikTok, unverified, not certified, and not evidence in a court of law. That doesn't mean I retract anything, nor do I apologize. Seems like I'm in the hot seat because I voted to bring this resolution back. Hey, just my feelings. Doesn't feel good. George, I'm going to disagree with you again. No, nobody is above reproach. Nobody is above the law, and nobody is above reproach. Not even me, not even you, and I dare say not even our chief. And he has some questions I need answered in writing, which I've sent to the attorney, I've sent to the city manager, I've sent to the deputy city manager who was acting city manager when our city manager was out for a month. Those questions need to be answered, and I want to know when. Nobody is above reproach. I want to know why, when ICE comes down here, they don't give our police the courtesy of a notice. Answer that for me. I want to know all the interactions, all of them, that our Garden Grove Police Department had with ICE. All of them. In writing, in incident reports. Why do we need 6 officers, 6 units, 12 officers, to engage ICE law enforcement when they're in our city, in my district? I got a dispatch transcript with 9 ellipses. You want me to show you 9 ellipses in a dispatch report? Ellipses are not evidence. They're not answers. They're not redactions. There's something hidden in those reports. I want the full report. We want to talk law enforcement? I have a little experience with law enforcement. We had a person who worked in the police department right here in front of us who said he's in fear of the police. He had to work 2 years with another officer to get over his fear because of his experience when his father was being hounded by the public safety people in a communist country. And 40, 50 years later, he's still having nightmares about it. Oh, and you think I don't. You think I'm not that refugee kid like that man who has law enforcement issues, who's nervous about men in uniform, gun carrying, knocking at my door, telling other officers that they require apologies from me. Now, what if I don't apologize, Chief? What if I don't apologize, Police Officer Association? What are you gonna do to me, huh? Come to my house, slash my tires like somebody did 2 weeks ago? My car was in my driveway at my house, slashed. Now, should I report that to the police who I no longer trust? With a chief who's asking me what? I want to know in writing. Do I have that right? If I can't even call out my own police department, how am I going to call out ICE? I don't want ICE in my city. No. You heard that loud and clear? Report it. Voice of OC, Orange Juice Blog, OC Register. Everybody who's anybody that was here tonight, report this. I want ICE out of my city. Is that loud and clear enough? Go ahead and report it. I say it on the dais, and I have legislative immunity. I invoke legislative immunity of everything I say tonight. Now, lastly, I'm going to quote from this. Council policy number 100-35. Somebody provided it to me, and she's actually sitting right there in the audience. I ain't going to read the whole thing. I asked Matt West, Deputy Acting City Manager, to provide it to everybody on the dais and anybody who wants it. Item number 12. Maintain the highest standard of public conduct by refusing to condone breaches of public trust or improper attempts to influence legislation. Has there been improper attempt at influencing legislation? Yes. Yes. I'm the legislator. Do not try to improperly influence my legislation. I will not condone that. I operate under Council Policy number 100-35, Code of Ethics, effective date June 27, 1995. Still active. I will not tolerate intimidation from anybody, including the police, including the police chief, including the Police Officers Association. Do not intimidate me. And for all those who think it's okay to harass me, it is not. I will call you out for cyber stalking. There's a law on the books, anti-stalking laws, and I have my city attorney look into it. Yes, if I feel you're stalking me, I will block your email. If I have mistrust for the police, it came from my experience as a refugee, as a kid back in a war-torn country. Do I like ICE? No. All these images that you guys raise is giving me nightmares. I'm not fear-mongering. If you actually saw all those police action, and I mean immigration court enforcement action in our city, that's horrific. I don't want that in my city. And if I can help my fellow residents have the information they need to seek the help they deserve, I will do that. I'll do what I can. So I'm not playing politics tonight. No. I'm talking legalities. Everybody's rights need to be respected. Especially the police. Do not play politics with a politician. That's not your job. It's my job to play politics. And I'm not here to play politics tonight. I'm here to state my position and exert my right. You guys don't want this resolution? You guys vote it down next time. I'm not fighting anybody's battle. I'm here to represent my constituents, and if they don't like it, vote me out. And this is the third time I've said it. Vote me out. As long as I'm on this council, I will fight for you, every single resident. And I've said it. I ain't gonna check your legal or illegal status. That's not my job. I exert my position as an immigrant right activist. I said that from day one. I work for Northwest Immigrant Rights Project. I am an immigrant rights activist. I will push back my own way. Maybe a little confusing. I don't care how we get ICE out of our community, whether we pray them away. I've already suggested that. The papers just didn't print it. I will pray ICE away. And I ask for our invocator to pray for me tonight. And I mean it. You guys keep putting me in the hot seat. I don't want to be in the hot seat. You want to vote this resolution down? Do it.
Councilman Dovin, with all due respect, this was just about a resolution for our police department to be in support of our chief and our police. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize that it would get you upset like this. I know you've had a history with past things, but it had nothing to do with ICE. It had nothing to do with, it's specifically just our Garden Grove Police Department and our Garden Grove Chief of Police, and that was it. And I apologize if you feel that we blindsided you, but I don't think that was the intent. And I'll leave it at that.
Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Breitigam.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Tran.
Yes.
Councilmember Muñetón.
Yes.
Councilmember Stegi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dovin.
Abstain.
Mayor Kloppenstein.
Yes.
Motion received, 6 yes votes, with Mayor Pro Tem Dovin abstaining.
We'll move on to District 1 for any further comment for this evening.
Oh, I only have one, and it goes to an email we got yesterday, day before, and then I got a phone call from Councilwoman Cindy Tran also about it, and I talked to our Parks Director, John Montanchis, our Community Services. There's a petition signed to get pickleball courts more added to the Chapman Sports Complex, and that's a dual property where the school district and the city both kind of split the costs and do it. It used to be a junior high school, and now it's kind of quasi a park, basically. And so I just wanted to mention that I stopped by there briefly this afternoon and took a look around. There may be some rooms. I don't want to get into removing the tennis courts because those are still being utilized, and I know the city does tennis lessons, and when I was there today there was one couple playing tennis on them, so it's not like they're not being used. They are being used, but just having the one pickleball cart and everybody's lined up waiting for their turn, it's kind of, there seems to be a little bit more demand for the pickleball right now, so I would encourage staff to look into ways of maybe getting another pickleball court or two on there, whatever we can do to, Jenga in a pickleball court somehow without, I know it's fairly inexpensive to stripe that. I was told just a rough estimate about $2,000 or so for a pickleball cart to be striped, and I'd be willing to donate my council stipend to get that done. So anyway, That's my thoughts. That's all I got.
I too have the same thought about that pickleball. And I am concerned too, and I would like to maybe have we'll keep part of the tennis court, and then we innovate the other, become the pickleball. One tennis court can turn into what? 2, 4 pickleball? So maybe we can do that. And is there anything that I can do, like donation? I can do too. So the city didn't have to cost anything.
Right here.
Pickleball buddies.
But they request for me, so
Yeah.
I'll go for it too.
Was that all?
I'm
Okay,
done.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So the community cleanup day, it was amazing. So that was the first time I do the community cleanup, and I have a long list of people to say thank to. I thought it would be something super easy, go down from Gilbert to on Chapman, Gilbert to Broken and come back. But we found out that actually a lot of work. There was a lot of trash. Even right next to the bus, the bus station, or where they're sitting to wait for the bus, there's a trash can, but people don't throw trash in the trash can. They throw it everywhere. And so it took us forever to clean up just that one small section, and we found out, other places. The police came with us and they took picture, note the area that need to be addressed by city staff or graffiti, so that we could take care of that after. But first I want to say thank to the Rancho Alamitos VSA. There was more than 10 students came. They were doing very diligent job. The whole team were actually picking up trash, any little trash that we could get. I want to say thank to our public works for the support, having the trash bin there. Our Republic Service that donate all the glove, mask, and the grabber and the trash bag. And then we have a bunch of sponsor who donate sandwiches, drink, water. Our mayor, thank you, Mayor. She came and she donated water for all the volunteer. Tân Hoàng Hương, Tommy Burger, V-Land for Good, Southland, and then many non-profit group in terms of, Women Club, who is hosting this event, Kiwanis Club, Neighborhood Association, and many more people that came and helped fill in whatever needed. We got the chance to walk down, and Council Member Philip was there too. We were hoping to go to the channel where we had a lot of comments about that area and the Walmart area, but council had to leave early, so we couldn't do that. And this was not in my district, so I didn't want to have any interfere there. Congratulations to the 50th of OC Emergency Pet anniversary. Dr. Mueller was the one that Dr. Mueller and Elaine are the two that own or leading the effort. When I told them about our community cleanup day, they actually donate 25 stuffed animals for the student who did the walk. But like I said, we didn't walk there, but they still give the item. So thank you. I also went to the virtual for Pastor Eric William. It was very emotional just to see how many people that he touched, and everybody was gathered together, especially younger kids, and they were crying. And it just reminds you in a way that, what do we do for our life to leave a legacy like that, right? Of course, we're not going to be able to do that, but let's just remind us, to have a peaceful or a good life that when you pass away, people remember you. I don't know. And that, and then couple other things from our staff report. There's some good news, and so I just want to say really quick. There was a lot of things in there. Thanks to Matt for providing the information while Lisa was not here. First is about infrastructure. I know we have a lot of concern about that, and it's going to cost a lot of money to do that. But our city have the money to dedicate to it, and there was micro surfacing project on Broadcourt between Hazard and Westminster. It's kind of in my district, so I want to bring it up. There was other district too, but I just want to bring up the District 3. And then the other part was the economic development. So I just want to say thank to our staff for giving the 50,000 micro biz program to support the businesses. And so just for business out there, if you need help, please reach out to our staff. We have resources, different programs to help you. And so I was very happy that we were able to help that business, and I got to visit them, and they will really appreciate the help that the city provide. During that time, there were other people that from other city was there, and they were like, why can't we have that program? See, that's the great thing about our Garden Grove City. Next is about the homeless issue. I brought some of this up just because all of this we need money, right? And so people already talk about the safety, and we have so many homeless out there. But this is just a little highlight about the great thing that we did. So for the third quarter, 18 residents got a kind of good outcome. 5 were employed, 16 got the permanent housing, and 2 got reunion with the family. How good does that sound? See, that's the thing that we do, Garden Grove City. Go to Navigation Center, and that's what we have. And then other thing, but that's all I want to bring up, Mayor. Thank you.
I'm going to reiterate the Code of Ethics, policy number 100-35, effective date June 27, 95. I won't read the whole thing. You guys can request it and read it for yourself. I'm just going to repeat number 12. Maintain the highest standard of public conduct by refusing to condone breaches of public trust or improper attempts to influence legislation. I abide by that policy. I will refuse to condone. When a police officer from the Police Officer Association tells me that the chief is demanding an apology from me, Joe Dovin, that paints a target on my back. And I've said as much. I know how it feels to have a target on your back. All the people out there, and some of them did nothing wrong. They're citizens. They're lawfully abiding immigrants. They got a target on their back. I know how it feels. I gotta live with that every day now. Just like the rest of you guys who are scared. So don't think I don't know how you feel. And I am doing something about it. I'm sitting here till, what is it now? Close to midnight? Having this discussion with everybody. All the newspapers put in for requests for public information, put in for public request. All the communications that the officers, the chief, whoever else, in law enforcement in City of Garden Grove has made contact with ICE or anybody who's reporting on ICE or anybody who's attempting undue influence with the legislator by email or by text. Do not delete. That's a federal crime if you start deleting evidence. So you want to talk about federal prosecution? I can talk about it till the morning come. And when I had a little talk with a Native American person who came in here, she couldn't take it. Had to speak up. No point of order, no decorum. All I asked for, can we share the day? You can ridicule me all day long. Yeah, I said 12 midnight to noon and noon to midnight. It's just a suggestion. And George suggests, why don't we just celebrate the whole day, both as Columbus Day and Indigenous Day? Why all this hate? Why all this bias? Why all this discrimination? Well, we came before you. I came before a lot of people. Doesn't mean I'm better than them. Are we here just to tear each other down? Or are we here to try to build each other up? Which is going to be? I choose the latter. You can be with me or you can vote differently. But you're not going to disrespect me, and I'm not going to disrespect you. Good night.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to thank all the speakers who came out to speak tonight. I appreciate everyone for taking the time out of their busy day to schedule and come out to share your perspectives. On another note, a few days ago, I spoke with a few residents in District 5 that live next to Harbor Basin, Hastur Basin Park. They shared a concern about people cutting the fence alongside the park and that led into the city's residential area. I shared their concern with the Office of Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento, and I'm glad to report that he has his staff look into the matter and are actively working on getting the issue resolved. I want to thank our residents of District 5 for being the eye and ears and reporting these matters so that everyone can be safe in our community. Also, this past weekend, I went to the Jack-O-Lantern Jamboree at Atlantis with my family, and we had a great time. I want to thank John and his team for making the event a major success. I think my favorite part of the was obviously seeing my children have so much fun, but also I enjoyed waiting in line where I would hear, and this is not the first year, but I would hear how the people that came to the event would talk highly about our event in comparison to other cities. So I want to give you kudos for that. I know it takes a lot of work, and it was so much fun. Also, lastly, I want to wish everyone a happy, safe Halloween. I look forward to seeing all of our District 5 families safely enjoying their night with tasty treats. Luckily, this year Halloween lands on a Friday, so educators don't have to deal with the sugar crashes on the following day. Toodles to me. That is all. I hope you guys get home safe, and thank you.
First and foremost, I wanted to thank all of our wonderful city staff for bearing through this long meeting. This is an important community matter for a lot of folks, and I'm glad we got to hear as many of our residents' perspective on this. I think this is a kind of conversation that should involve as many members of our community as possible. So, whether you came in support or in opposition, I think it matters for all of us to be civically engaged. So, whether we agree or not, I'm glad that you came and made your voice heard. And thank you to all of my colleagues for engaging in this conversation and wanting to engage in asking the questions of how we can be better leaders within our community and do more within the means that we have. With regard to some upcoming events, Councilmember Tran mentioned that she had a community cleanup day. I want to make sure that our residents save the date because we have a community cleanup day for District 6 coming up on Saturday, November 8th. So make sure to save the date. As we get more details, we'll be sharing those with all of you guys. Furthermore, we have a Hispanic Heritage event that's been organized by some of our local community leaders and organizations. Are going to be highlighting artisans and artists and our kids here in our local community in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month and Dia de los Muertos. I made a little mini display here next to my name with a traditional sugar skull, as is customary during Hispanic Heritage, during Dia de los Muertos, and a little ofrenda, which is like a little offering that we make for our ancestors in honor of our loved ones that have passed, and some marigolds. This is just a tiny little representation of some of the just truly gorgeous, creative, and beautiful displays that are put on. And I'm sure we're going to see many of these at the Hispanic Heritage event. And I did get to see a couple of them at Christ Cathedral's altar night this past weekend. I was so glad to go. It's my home parish. I'm so proud to be able to call Christ Cathedral that, and it's the seat of our local diocese, and they brought folks from all over Orange County to that beautiful campus. So anytime that we get to show it off, because it truly is one of Garden Grove's gems, it's such a wonderful opportunity to kind of get to show people from all over Orange County that we have some really cool stuff going on here. And I even brought a little, an example of some of like the headpieces that we wear. Some of them have flowers, but this is monarch butterflies, and they have a very important spiritual and symbolic meaning to us in our culture. And especially for me, being someone who has roots in the state of Michoacan, where my ancestors, several generations removed of Purepecha ancestry, hold monarch butterflies in such high esteem. This is a particularly symbolic item. So I can't wait to wear this during the celebration, and I invite all of you guys to come and join us in this beautiful community event. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. The Dia de los Muertos event, is that the Steelcraft?
Yes, that's Steelcraft, also on November 2nd from 1 to 5. 1 to 5, there we go. 1 to 5.
Great, thank you so much. Cindy,
Yeah, just really quick, because I was trying to quick and I forgot to mention something. Yesterday was the first responder day, so our council have 2 cars to give it out to police department and also the OCFA with car and also gift card for you guys. So thank you so much for your support. And it's signed by all council member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we stand adjourned. Actually, wait, nope. I have to give it over to city manager. Sorry, I'm really tired.
I have nothing.
I call that back. City manager.
I just wanted to make one mention. Obviously, over a few months ago, we had a young 8th grader who was so successful and won the state's national civic speed contest, and he goes to the national championship at Washington, D.C. on November 11th. And obviously his success, we received a lovely note from his family thanking the city council and the city of Garden Grove community for supporting his success. And we look forward to cheering him on November 11th. So that's all I have, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. City, I don't know. City attorney.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are adjourned.